मोबाइल डालने यार और मेरी कॉन्फिडेंस हो रहा है मैं कब तक पाऊंगा जल्दी लगा दिया हॉटस्पॉट में आज पूरा खत्म हो गया 1.63 GB रीलोड
हेलो। हाँ जी।
Hi, afternoon, Neeraj.
Hi, Anamika. Hi. Can you hear me? Just testing your voice.
Hi, Vinny.
Yeah, hi. I can hear you, Anamika. Hi.
There is so much music in the background, I'm barely able to hear you clearly.
Appreciate, right? So at least our mics and speakers are tested. That suffices. Yeah, good to see you.
Same here.
Hello, Sandeep, and hi, Namrata. Ankur needs to join, right? First. Namrata and Sandeep, I'm going off video and mic. I will join back.
Okay, sure.
Hi everyone.
Hello everyone. This is Ramkesh.
Hi,
Hi, good
Hi.
afternoon, everyone. This is
good
Hitesh.
afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. This is Neeraj here.
Hi, good afternoon, Neeraj.
Hi, Hitesh.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to 22nd Inflection Manufacturing Supply Chain Innovation 2020. Inflection is a series of web conferences and physical conferences across Delhi, Mumbai, and Bangalore. I am Namrata Kumaya from Team Alden Global and will be the host for the day. Also, I will navigate you through interesting panel discussions. Today, we are here to gain insights and celebrate innovation and success in manufacturing supply chain. The top leaders of the country will share their thoughts in the panel discussion. The theme for the conference is enhancing profitability through supply chain. Today, 400 plus attendees have registered to gain insights from top leaders. Now, let's start the conference with some interesting panel discussion. Here I call moderator Mr. Ankur Chaturvedi from Imami, Manoj Kothari from Godrej Consumer Care, Pratap Singh Chauhan from Trident Group, Hitesh Madan from Voltas, Vineet Ahuja from Accenture, Neeraj Saini from Crompton Greaves, Devendra Jain from Bajaj Consumer, Rajesh Sharma from Hamilton Housewares, and Ms. Anamika Jain from Arch Enterprises. Uncle, you can start.
Thank you very much, Namrata. I welcome all the panelists on board, and it's an extreme pleasure to have such an august panel and being able to share your thoughts and an opportunity to exchange our views as well. I welcome all the participants who've logged in from all over the country for this interesting event. Now, as it is said, supply chain is a business of uncertainties. We make money trying to solve problems. It is the problems which actually give us employment. Uncertainty as we knew it changed drastically over the last 1 year. What we have seen in the last 1 year is probably something which, even in our wildest dream, we could not imagine. The good part about it is that most of the companies and the supply chain departments of each of these companies have risen up to the challenge and really take, taken steps to minimize the impact. Now, if I may start, you look at the way COVID has impacted our world. It has changed the entire world around us. The world has changed. The supply chains also will need to change and are changing, and to a very large extent have changed as well. Now, the topic for this panel discussion today is going to be supply chain redesign for the changed world. Now, let me welcome our first panelist, Mr. Ramkesh Jangra from Ericsson, to share with us how COVID has impacted the business in the current scenario. Mr. Jangra, please.
Thank you so much, Ankur. I hope I am audible to all of you.
Loud and clear, sir.
Yeah. Thanks again. The current outbreak has had severe economic consequences across globe. This not only has consequences for economy, all of society has affected, which has led to dramatic change in how consumers behave and business reacts. Due to COVID across globe, we are still working from home. New ways of working has adopted by the whole world. In same manner, education, health, administration, business, government, media, extra are working from home has increased demand of quality telecom and internet services by many folds. The additional huge requirement increase overnight in a very short period of time. Ericsson, being ICT leader, has a responsibility to provide the required quality network across globe, across society. and across economy. Ericsson has adopted in the new challenging time and working 24/7 to meet this challenge along with the major telecom operator across the globe. There are huge challenges by working home and scarcity of manpower in the field and motivating the people who has to work in that field to bring up the quality network and telecom uh, sites. Still, we are meeting these challenges and able to serve the society as a whole. Thank you so much, Ankur.
Thank you, Ramkesh. Now, another aspect which is very important is how are supply chains transforming to adapt to the new world post COVID? And what are the key challenges that supply chains have faced which have modified the business environment? I would request Mr. Vineet Ahuja, MD of Accenture, to please enlighten us on this.
Thanks, Ankur, for inviting me. I do hope I can also be heard loud and clear.
Yes, sir, loud and clear.
All right. Thanks for the confirmation, everyone. And once again, happy to be here interacting with this esteemed panel, right? It's always a pleasure. And that's a very logical and a pertinent next question, Ankur, right? Now, as consultants, right, who design, implement, and even run supply chain, we do have the benefit of looking at multiple companies, right? It's a pleasure and a privilege, and that gives good insight into range of supply chain responses. And my view is as follows, right? So as you have rightly articulated, the uncertainty, COVID will be there today, tomorrow it may or may not be there, something else would be there. But the impact on changes will not be temporary, some of them will stay, such as change in channel mix, say rise of e-commerce, change in buying behavior, altered GTMs, and so on. And all of these bring complexity for supply chain in form of demand variability, SKU proliferation, so on and so forth. Now, mind you, FMCG supply chains are also one of the most streamlined across industries, most lean and efficient, right? What is this characterized by? Centralization strategy, asset heaviness, fewer suppliers, and so on and so forth. So this will maximize sales at lowest cost and inventory, but this works well in a steady state, certain world. In a VUCA world, or when there is a storm, perfect storm like this, or black swan, or whatever you call it, right, it will definitely get hit. And therefore, the key response is to shift supply chain from design for efficiency, which is the lowest total delivered cost, to a balance between efficiency, agility or responsiveness, and resilience, which is business continuity and risk, sorry. So how does one go about this, right? So broadly speaking, right, two parts to this, as I see, Ankur, right, and my fellow colleagues and audience, right? One is supply chain footprint, and one is planning transformation, making things dynamic and intelligent. But let me elaborate a bit on these two and then pass it back to you. So what do we mean by supply chain footprint? Localize and decentralize sourcing strategy, both investments and suppliers. Build a reservoir of responsiveness through redundancy. It can be in inventory, FG, RMPM, or anything, right? Or it can also be, and by the way, capex in FMCG is low, so this is doable. Scale economies are not as high and therefore also doable. And also gross margins are good in many FMCG companies, which makes inventory redundancy a real option, right? The third point here will be variabilizing fixed cost and overheads through better own versus buy versus hire analysis, or at least being open to it. The second part is planning transformation or making supply chains intelligent and agile. And 2-3 points again here: increase velocity of planning and replanning, merge planning and execution, which is known as planning fusion, right? Digitize supply chains from our earlier monolithic sequential planning with long lead times to frequent replanning, shift from monthly to weekly to maybe daily in pockets where required, build end-to-end visibility through control tower for real-time decision making, strengthen demand forecasting, right, through stat models, machine learning, which may be relevant in pockets, not everywhere, assist this with demand sensing, which is intra-month changes and so on and so forth, right? And all of this is only possible if you automate it through digital tools, which combine business and analytics intelligence. It brings method to madness. And when companies spend a lot of time in day-to-day firefighting. If that gets automated and streamlined, the core strength of the company can manifest and management bandwidth can be utilized in optimization of real metrics. So in summary, supply chain can be a source of competitive advantage, both tactically and strategically. Companies who did have some of these in their design did demonstrate a gain in market share on back of supply chain during and post COVID, and therefore supply chain can be a driver of value rather than mere enabler. So I hope, Ankur, that addresses the question. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Uh, I would request Mr. Manoj Kothari, VP and Head Supply Chain of Godrej Customer Care, to please add to what has Vineet has just shared with us.
Thank you, Ankur, for giving the opportunity. I represent Godrej Consumer Products.
Yeah,
And
I'm so sorry. I'm
I
so
look
sorry.
after the cluster. Hello,
I'm so sorry I misspelled
hello.
Godrej. I said Godrej customer product instead of Godrej consumer products.
No worries, Ankur. I mean, so basically, I don't look after the India portfolio or India cluster, but I look after the Godrej Africa, US, and Middle East, and our supply chains are pretty global in terms of because all our RMPM comes from China, Japan, Korea, Malaysia, etc. We process in 17 factories across Africa, employing around 16,000 laborers, and of course in US we have a manufacturing plant, and Middle East third parties. So, as many people have said that the world has changed in COVID, and so is the supply chain. So, typically, the supply chain KPIs have been changed. So, as Vinit said that earlier it was the focus was on the lowest cost. Now it is no more lowest cost, but it's the focus is on availability, right? So I will give you some of the actual examples what we have done and what we have shifted from what we were measuring and delivering kind of, right? So first is earlier the fill rates were of the prime concern. Now we are looking at on time as one of the main KPIs. Earlier the fill rates of all the products were important. Now the products which are profitable and the runner products are important. We no longer see the stranger products fill rates, because if it is available then we will sell, if it is not then it's okay, right? I mean, that's a kind of shift in KPIs. Vinit also spoke about the global sourcing versus onshore sourcing or local sourcing. So we have done the business continuity plan for all our plants, and typically we were kind of concentrated on a global sourcing across China and the Far East countries. Now we have started a lot of local sources. It comes with a cost, so, and we also keep high inventory of the runner items. So all these comes at a cost, but I think this is a cost of doing business, and businesses have accepted it, right? On So if it is higher inventory or uh, local buying, or even we have gone on a SKU rationalization, and earlier SKU rationalization were typically basis the SKUs where sales were lower. Now, when we see, we also include the parameters like which line it is getting manufactured, and if it is adding to the complexity of the line, and those SKUs who are really, short run and taking a lot of changeover, etc., we have stopped them and freeing up the constraint lines to cater to runner SKUs. So throughput of the line was one of the most, I'll say, important parameter in even SKU rationalization. Last thing about the planning, yes, SNOP were monthly, now they are weekly or sometimes daily. There are control towers. We And there are integrated planning and even inclusive planning where you include supplier as your partner. So we don't speak or we don't tell supplier as supplier; they are partners. And the last bit is on the manufacturing shop floor, more and more automation. So we are investing in automation because in some geographies like US, where we pay weekly $500 for worker to come, and they are getting $600 allowance without doing anything. So we are going for a lot of automation. So these are some of the shifts in the supply chain in the post-COVID world, I will say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Manoj. Now I would invite Mr. Neeraj Saini, Head Planning and Logistics of Crompton Greaves. Uh, Now, Neeraj, if you could please share what are the challenges that you're facing in your supply chain today and how are you solving them?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone is keeping well. Challenges. So the challenges, if we talk about this COVID world, so it's is still not over. But what we started with in February was a supply shock where everyone was gasping for getting the supplies in from China because that's where it started. We thought that that's probably would be end of it, but we continue to see how it has spread across. Then post the supply shock, then we had that demand shock in terms of when all the economies went into a shutdown within India itself. Cities after cities. So initially we had across the country, then smaller lockdowns. So we had that demand shock over there, and then with all the post. These initial phases, then the confrontations between different countries, whether it's US, China, India, China, those kind of trade wars, that also has led to triggered a rise in economic nationalism. So basically, what that has led to is increased focus for all the organization, whether a direct push or indirect understanding that we need to increase our domestic production. We need to eliminate the dependency on sources that are perceived as risky, and we also need to rethink and relook at our lean manufacturing strategies, where we are as some of the panelists also mentioned, that we continue to look at lean manufacturing having lowest of inventories, but that's not the case in post COVID, or not, I mean, current scenario right now. We need to have products available based on the demands, runner SKUs available, so that the customer demands, whatever opportunities are getting generated, those are serviced in time, as just told. And so if I just break down the challenges or how we're dealing with it, first part I would say would be uncovering and addressing the hidden risks. For so we know what are our tier one suppliers, then we further move into tier two suppliers. But once we got all those demand shocks, you get to identify that there is a small component, a magnet somewhere going into a motor, which was coming in from a source which is now shut down, which is somewhere in China. So since the companies are a lot more dependent on specific suppliers or specific vendors giving them some of the products, being giving them a lot of flexibility in terms of how they work with them, but it also exposes them or exposes the vulnerability of dependency on a single source. And if that vendor has plant at only one location, that it further increases those risks. So diversification needs to be done. Then we also need to identify our vulnerabilities. So what, it's not just about tier one, tier two, we need to look at the complete supply chains now. Of course, that is an expensive exercise, but at the current looking at the current scenario, the surprise disruptions, the cost of that would be much more than this expensive exercise of looking at the entire supply chain. So therefore, we looked at our suppliers and the entire chain, and then categorized them at low, medium, and high risk, where the level of risk depends upon uh, how much time post shutdown of that particular entity within the entire supply chain would result in a total halt of productivity or supplies for us as an organization. And in order to move them up or down in the chain, or rather, I mean, from moving them from high risk to medium or to lower, we need to build in inventories, either FG or the RM inventories, so that such situations can be tackled. And then we also need to look at what kind of technology or what kind of services that they are providing, what are alternate sources available there, and diversify the supply base, as I said, and at FG level as well, hold intermediate inventories or FG stocks, so that I mean, we do not have to. We are able to come out of this situation early. So it's a continuous learning. It's not an end of it right now. I'm sure coming months are going to give us a lot of further learnings, and uh, it had its bit of challenges, but I'm sure everyone will come out stronger and better out of this situation whenever this ends. Over to you, Ankur.
Thank you very much, Neeraj. Now, before I call on Ms. Anamika Jain, Director, AAJ Enterprise, I would just like to share a story, taking a point from what just Neeraj said about uncertainty and what is happening. In our organization, we used to make sanitizers, and it was always a pain selling sanitizers because it used to be made because of the annual budget, some number somewhere, and then there were hardly any sales coming in, and suddenly the sales went through the roof, and every country across the globe wanted sanitizers. So we immediately started hunting for third-party manufacturers, and we set up some partnerships to manufacture sanitizers in India for export. Now, suddenly in the month of March, the government of India banned export of sanitizers from India. So we had stock ready, everything. Now we couldn't send it out. Then the challenge was to produce sanitizers outside India. Now, packaging outside India was a challenge, but somehow we managed to set it up in Dubai through a third party. Now, once we had everything, we managed to get the packaging in from China and India and started manufacturing in Dubai. The government of UAE banned export of sanitizers out of UAE. So this was the second time unlucky for us, or I would say stupid because we didn't think through it. So the third time we were wiser, and we set up a third party in Sri Lanka to manufacture. And this time we had an agreement with the government of Sri Lanka that they would not stop exports. They would allow us to export. So on this, we commitment from the government, we started manufacturing in Sri Lanka. Now, just after our first few consignments went out of Sri Lanka faced an acute forex crunch, and they banned all exports. So while it was allowed for us to export the sanitizers, we could not import the packaging from India or China. So that again got us into a jam. But fortunately for us, by that time, government of India had allowed exports, so we could come out of it. So this was quite an interesting episode that we faced. So I just thought I'll share it with everyone. Now I would invite Anamika to please share her views.
Thank you, Ankur, for your invitation. And I wish good health for everybody in the panel today and attending this webinar. So far, there have been interesting views on how COVID has impacted the supply chain from the manufacturer's perspective. I hope I am able to share a new perspective from a supply chain manager's management company point of view. You know, we know that this pandemic has turned the world upside down for many businesses. And I am actually present here to share with you my personal experience and my story of how, as an organization, we have converted this crisis into an opportunity for our clients And before I do that, just a brief of what we do. Our company, AAJ, is in the business of providing fully integrated third-party warehouse management to our clients. And these are large-scale facilities which we manage, which are both owned and managed by our company. And most of that is omni-channel fulfillment. So when this pandemic unfolded with the nationwide lockdown, most of the sales came to a standstill. And so the warehouses were also not operational for a long time. And even the distributors to whom we supply was stuck with excess inventory. Um, so some of our clients allow for a fixed percentage of goods sold to be returned back to them. So we were expecting that when the lockdown would be over, we will have a higher than average return. Also, the peak season for the returns for most of our clients, which begins in August, was about to start. So the challenge in front of us was really that, um, A, that how do we manage the period of the lockdown, and also to prepare ourselves for the period when the lockdown is lifted. And how do we support our clients by preparing ourselves to manage this high percentage of returns which is expected, and do it in such a way that it's a long-term solution which improves efficiency without increasing costs. So we came up with this innovative solution. We uh, we thought that why not consolidate the returns management of all our clients in one place? And for that, we would first thing we would need is a new software technology, because returns is processed so far was being processed through scanning, and it was all a technology driven system. So to be able to make that change, we need new technology so that we can consolidate the returns at one place. And then B, we would need a processing unit which is so big so that we can process the returns of all our clients there. And these clients are also from different industries. So during the period of April to June, when the lockdown was in place, we were thinking about this problem and this potential solution. So when most of the work was not happening, our teams decided, we got together and we started planning this project. And our IT team started to work, and they were working full time in the background, creating that solution, that software, which we will use to implement this project. And on the other hand, as an operations team, CS team, we were working with our clients, seeking their approval on this initiative, because we had not set any prototype of such a working in the past. So luckily, we got a go ahead from most of our clients. And once the lockdown was lifted, and in a record 2 months' time, our IT team created such a software which enabled us to do this. And once the lockdown lifted, we ran a pilot project and started monitoring the results closely. And they were amazing. And finally, I think in August, we were able to fully implement this new solution, which I believe benefited all our clients hugely. And let me share with you what we achieved from this. And these achievements are not they are not those which will stay with us only till the period this problem is there, or the pandemic stays, but even after that. So some of the key achievements was that we were able to process a lot more returns in the same number of resources, or in fact less number of resources, because we were doing it at a large scale rather than rather than it being distributed across multiple facilities. We reduced the transportation cost which was involved in pickup of these returns from the distributors or the clients from where they were coming. And we created a more robust QC process, because having a separate facility just doing returns day in, day out ensured that they were more equipped in handling the quality check. And also the new process which we created was such that the quality check process was much more robust. And as a result, the turnaround time we had in processing these returns was reduced by 30%. And most important was that the FGI, the fresh goods warehouse, where after returns getting processed, the stock would generally go. They were now receiving the stocks as bulk pack units. Instead of, few units of this and few units of that, they were now receiving the returns as bulk pack units. And it was such a huge relief for them because they could do quicker inward, their cross checks reduced, and their space requirement reduced. So they had a spillover positive impact. And I understand, most of the organizations which already have large scale operations would have generally a separate unit for returns processing, but being able to do that for multiple clients in a shared environment, I think was a big achievement. And um, in last 2.5 months, we have processed more than 1 million units in returns already. And I think this has, even though there are many other associated challenges with this pandemic, this has proved to be a boon for our clients and our organization. And it has been possible because we were thinking of a solution to the potential problems we can face. So that's the sharing from my side, that how this pandemic, this problem actually converted into an opportunity for us.
Thank you very much, Anamika, for bringing in a view from the other side. We are most of us are users of your services, and getting a perspective from someone from the other side is always interesting, and it brings in more variety to the discussion. Thank you very much.
So I wish, Ankur, from this panel, some companies and their leaders were using our services. I wish that.
Well, I'm sure if not now, in the future they will. But I wish all the best to you. Now, coming to the next point. Now, as it's said often, change is the only constant. And COVID has thrust a change which none of us could have ever imagined. I'm repeating this, but then this cannot be repeated enough. Every change or every crisis brings an opportunity. Now, supply chain is the key driver of the business. It is the heart of the business. The complexities or the challenges created by COVID have brought in a need for redesigning the supply chain. I would request Rajat Sharma, Head of CM of Hamilton Housewares, to please share his views on what are the opportunities in designing the supply chain after the new normal.
Thank you, Ankur. Am I audible, guys? Quick check.
Rajat, slightly less, so if you could get your mic.
Is this
much
super,
better.
Super. All right.
Some places where physical distances doesn't work.
So thank you, Ankur, and
Welcome.
I think the conversation has been wonderful up till now. Some very wonderful contributions from the panelists here with. And what a view from Anamika. Thank you, Anamika, for telling us about the returns process. A very interesting point. Now, I'm going to come back quickly to the redesign opportunity. So obviously, the breakout of COVID and the subsequent lockdowns have given us an opportunity, for some maybe a forced opportunity, to rethink the supply chains. And in my view, there is no better time than today to rethink, redesign our supply chains. And like Vineet was saying, I'm going to pick up from where he was on moving from design for efficiency to designing for efficiency, agility, responsiveness, and resilience. Right now, I think I would just take a step back and start thinking when any one of us needs to design the supply chain for a particular organization. What are we really designing this supply chain for? We're basically designing the network and processes for these particular products that this organization sells to be manufactured, moved, and sold to a particular set of customers. And then finally, the money to come back, obviously, right? But I think that's where every supply chain design must start from. So the prime idea or the platform for the design needs to start with what is the product and who am I selling it to? Obviously, amidst the COVID crisis, we've all seen a huge amount of change in consumer behavior, right? The buying behavior, whether you talk about physical buying behavior or you talk about footfalls, you talk about channels. I think e-commerce has picked up big time in India, and we're all trying to ride the same wave. But it is essentially consumer buying behavior that we need to keep a very, very keen eye on in order to keep rethinking whether my supply chain is effective or not. But once you know that this is my product, this is the target segment, this is the channel, this is the consumer behavior that I'm trying to deal with, then you come back and say, okay, these are the channels, these are the margins for which I need to design the supply chain. That's when you start thinking network. That's when you start thinking movement. You think primary logistics, secondary logistics, whether there are imports and exports, whether there is a last mile delivery. That is when you also start thinking about whether you're manufacturing, buying, hiring, leasing, what are the decisions that need to be taken. Uh, After you've built up this whole array, then you start thinking, how will this whole machinery work? That's your planning framework, right? That's when you come back and say, okay, how are the people going to coordinate? How are they going to communicate? Uh, and as agile your planning practices are, as flexible your planning practices are, the more easier it is going to be to deal with any kind of disruption. And I think what Manoj was telling us, or what Neeraj just told us, or the story that Ankur narrated himself, this is where even Vineet was coming from. That we have to not now start thinking beyond just efficiency. You have to be agile. You have to be responsive. There has to be a certain amount of resilience in your supply chain. You might be the most economic supply chain, but if you are unable to transport stuff from let's say a Ghaziabad or a Haridwar or a Dehradun or a Baddi to the south, and if God forbid that's your only manufacturing location, then God help us. I mean, unless we've built up networks and plugged in inventories, and these are all levers that one has to time and again evaluate. So once you have this network and you have a planning framework and a procurement framework obviously around it, you will design technology. Right now, this technology, uh, this is something that really gives wings to your airplane, and you keep changing wings based on the speed that you need. So once you have all this in place, even then supply chain design is something you need to keep coming back to every 2 3 years. Now I would say every year. Like we do our budgeting, we have to do a risk assessment, we have to look at BCPs. And this takes me to the most important point of what I'm going to share today. All of this boils down to one simple concept that we've been talking about for years now, which is sustainability, which is simply linked to what is the purpose of your organization as a whole. As a supply chain head, am I supposed to only save money, or do I really care about my customers? Will they get the right products when they want to use it? If that is the purpose, then I will think agility, I will think flexibility, I will think sustainability. And let me give you a quick example of what we were doing. I was erstwhile with Nokia. We were a mobile manufacturer, and I had this very interesting conversation with one of the tech guys. We sell mobile phones, right? When we market the features of the phones. How much do we spend in sensitizing the customer on how to dispose this mobile phone once you've used it? we got batteries, for our vehicles. Did we know what to do with those batteries? Were they, I mean, we were using these liquid batteries earlier. They were obviously not compliant with the environment processes. Did we know what to do? But these are certain elements that will also push innovation in an extremely different direction. So, my only recommendation at the end of it would be start obviously with the strategy in place, with knowing your customer, knowing the channels, knowing the margins, and then design supply chains. At the same time, keep the purpose of your organization at the core. And only then will flexibility come naturally to you. Only then will you start rethinking technology in order to be flexible, in order to avoid any disruptions, and stay resilient. I hope I made some sense. Thank you, Ankur.
Thank you very much, Rajat. Thank you for bringing the point on environmental sustainability, because unfortunately, most of us in business tend to undermine that point. But having said that, that is something which is becoming more and more important, not just from the consumer perspective or the compliance perspective, but like you said, from the value perspective of the organizations themselves. So thank you very much. Now I would request Mr. Hitesh Madan from Voltas to add to what Rajat has just shared with us.
Yeah, hi. Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, after
Yeah.
the break. In fact, I think Namika, Rajat, Mr. Vineet, I think Neeraj, wonderful insight from different companies. I think we all are victim of the same thing, and I think we have found one or the other way best practices how to utilize such kind of situation and to make things profitable. In Voltas, like this is one of the leading company in terms of air conditions, and I think number one brand, and in terms of volume and quality. In our case, I joined this. I'll just tell you a small thing. I joined Voltas a year back, and in November 2019, I had taken a task of shifting the entire 3PL, almost 29 warehouses. We had a plan to shift till March 2020, and luckily, we finished that task in February 2020. Else we would have landed him in very difficult situation. In our entire season, whatever we sold, that would have also gone. So that was one lucky situation with a new service provider. Until February we were almost 99% set up with the new warehouses with a huge volume, and suddenly, like, we did not even overcome, taken a rest for one day, and we landed up into this COVID situation. So there was almost, you can say 500 trucks absconding on the roads, which Anamika mentioned very clearly. And there were about 500 containers which were lying at the port. So didn't know, new team, new people, new company, and season ahead. We all didn't know that when the season will happen. So it was a very difficult situation, but definitely I think we got some way out, and we first of all traced all the trucks, parked them to certain warehouses. Now I know Anamika, so I can get in touch and I can take her services later on. That time we didn't know, so we had to identify and park trucks into different situations. Then we had to bring it back to ourselves, because dealer, definitely the situation was not good. So I think that was a wonderful experience which COVID has given, as rightly all of you said, that it was a real crisis management, and it taught us a lot of things. Second thing which I would say, the major challenge, or we realized, the connectivity among the OEMs, our business partner company, as well as customer, and visibility was very much needed in any of the industry. Generally, what happens, we work in our company for our profitability. We don't even think about OEM challenges. Customer doesn't think about our challenges. Everyone is in a hurry to sell their own product and move on. So we took advantage of this, internet or maybe connectivity, because everyone by that time in March, April was, equipped that the connectivity, mode of connectivity would be now, through virtual. So we made a small teams, like, we interacted every OEM from where we were getting the material. we connected our distributor and ourselves. We opened up with each other that what kind of a problem every person was facing. So when we came out, all three of us, we were facing financial crunch because of material not getting sold, as well as space crunch because material was not getting out. So when our problem was common, we came out to a conclusion, like we found out a way, like direct billing from the OEMs. We started working backward with the technology. We opened virtual codes in the OEMs, and from there directly we started shipping to the distributor, where distributor has already taken a consensus from the sub dealers. So we somehow, first step, we disconnected our main warehouse, where vehicle will go unload. Labor availability was an issue, and then further whether money will come or not. So here, once we take OEMs and we pay them immediately after doing GRN, same distributor was giving money to us and he was getting from the sub dealer. So that was a wonderful thing which worked out. Eventually, it gave us some kind of a cost saving, I would say, in certain scenario. Plus the liquidity, capital amount which was stuck up, that has started coming in all three areas. So that was one thing. Secondly, definitely space utilization, in the warehouses. This was a good time, where you could work upon your aging inventory. Really, sometimes you feel when you have a lavish things, at home, you tend to waste space and everything. So that was very eagerly, focused area where we could, liquidate our old material and, flushed out by force the material which was lying in the warehouse for ages. Second thing, in terms of planning and distribution, instead of checking, the sellout to the primary or distributors, we engaged our IT team or sales team to find out actual sellout in the market. So based on that actual sellout, we have corrected our forecast, and we have got manufacturing done once it started on need basis, and the SKUs which are actually moving in the market. So that gave us a huge, you can say, benefit of not getting produced the unwanted material, or which is not getting actually sold in the market. Generally, we see the distributor, up till distributor, whatever material has been sold, we generally term that is, the best or maybe fast moving SKUs. But the same material was getting stuck at distributor holding in the entire cycle. So we went step ahead, and we took all the sellout data, what actually was being sold, what customers need in certain scenario. So that customers need, we have taken and we have passed it on to our own factory and OEMs. So that certainly gave us some kind of a breather in terms of utilizing our space, as well as blocking our capital. So these are the things I just wanted to share. Maybe I think this is very common, everyone is doing this, but in our case, like, it was so fast, and fortunately it was great. Like during this COVID, we grew 10 to 15% every month, barring April. So despite so much of crunch, in the market and condition, but as Voltas, we were growing, and we increased our market share, by 3 to 4%, during this 4 5 months. So really, as a supply chain guy or as a logistics guy, you become only happy, when sales grow. So you don't want anything, either you don't get anything, it's a thankless job, but really you feel very good, that whatever small initiatives in such given circumstances you have taken, that has actually boosted up, our sales. So this is what just I wanted to share, maybe I think rest all everyone has covered.
Thank you very much, Stage. Just taking a point ahead from you when you talked about SKU rationalization and your inventory management. Well, most of us looked at SKU rationalization as a periodic exercise. We would do it once in a couple of years, or especially when you come look at it from an FMCG perspective, from the industry that I come from. Well, COVID actually forced us to do a SKU rationalization, where it was more of a necessity than a routine exercise.
Yeah,
The
absolutely.
type of clearing that we could do of the unwanted SKUs or the non-performing SKUs during COVID times will definitely help us in the long run. Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
definitely. Thank you.
Uh, supply chain, like I've said, is the heart of any business. Improving your efficiency of the supply chain can have a direct impact on your bottom line. I would request Mr. Devendra Jain, VP Supply Chain and IT of Bajaj Consumer Care, to please share how can supply chain performance be improved leveraging supply chain redesign.
Right. Thanks, Ankur. And I guess a lot has been said by Vineet, Manoj, and Ankur himself and other team members on what COVID has brought into supply chain, what has changed, and what has led to improvement or optimization in some of the practices. I will just share few of the examples which I think is important going forward and which can create value for the organization as well as function in a scenario going forward. So one of the key thing which we have learned with this is that we have now moved on to distributed manufacturing, which is like your manufacturing is not now consolidated, or it is scale versus location decision. Now if you distribute it, your scale at a location will come down, but I guess the scenario has taught us that there are better ways to do it, and you can get efficiencies even after having distributed manufacturing. So the theme has been to move closer to the customer rather than being centralized to one big or two big locations. So one big learning out of this whole thing, and we have been continuously now working on that. We have done a couple of things, in terms of moving out manufacturing to different locations and also developing good supply base. So as was rightly pointed out, cost is not the only criteria in selecting a supply partner. So it's basically when you talk of network design, now, earlier it was within the organization. How do I manufacture, distribute through our warehouses and depots? Now it has also included my supply partners. How are they distributed? So the network definition expanded from the organization to the external entities which supports the organization, because their design and presence is equally important for the organization to efficiently run the supply chain and meet consumer requirement. The second thing which we are now seeing, and which is a big ask, and my sense is going forward also it will be like that, is how fast you can turn around or your new products or the changes which are expected. Your time from thinking to going to the market, which is what we call as when rubber hits the road, what is the lead time, and can you be faster and smarter on this? Now it is easier said than done, because it is not only you, your partners have to supply you, you have to manufacture, you have to have that necessary flexibility in manufacturing setup. Now you can't change machines etc for every new product or new SKU. So your interoperability within the manufacturing setup, the flexibility to move from one SKU to other, move from one product to other, has to improve significantly, because the trends which we are seeing, the consumer preferences and priorities are changing very fast. Like I would give you one example. Now, we all know that the rural market is showing significant growth. Now, within that rural market, earlier, 6 months back, we always had small, low price point SKUs doing well. But after COVID, it was a very surprising trend for us that large packs and value for money packs have started doing phenomenally well in the rural areas. So it was kind of a big surprise, and we have to move all our availability and inventory at a very short notice. So in order to catch and monitor these trends, even the supply chain professionals of tomorrow will have to have their data analytics and data orientation very clearly ingrained and defined and trained. So we have also moved towards establishing a control center wherein the data from our distributor holding, inventory holding, to our depot holding, to our RMPM inventory, etc., all is flashed onto a dashboard which is at the control tower, and there are specific guys who monitor that. So that also releases your unnecessarily working capital. You want to manufacture and ship to places which already have inventory. No, and hence you will also not order and stock something which is not moving very fast. So these are some of the big steps with the organizations we are taking, and I'm sure many others are doing. I'm just saying few examples which what we are doing. And also this is the way the supply chain professional of tomorrow will have to work. Like now we are having a huge debate on whether forecast accuracy is a KPI or not. So the ask from the sales and marketing or even the MD and CEO is that you service the demand. I don't care what is the accuracy, and I'm not interested in it. Why should I know what is the accuracy? You use whatever. So one good thing which has also happened, while the expectation from supply chain has increased, but also what has happened is all our budgets are getting clearance very fast. First time my finance guy is very happy to see inventory, which he was earlier always blasting me on. Today he's very happy to see we have sufficient inventory and we are running the show without any issues or bottlenecks. So a lot of investments are now happening, whether it is tools and IT systems which can connect and provide information in real time. And also the demand and expectation from supply chain is increasing, which is what we, the supply chain professionals of tomorrow, will have to deliver to. And that's the reality that's not going to go away so easily. So that's it from my side. Anything else anyone wants to ask?
Thank you very much, Devendra. Uh, Vineet, you are from the consulting side. In addition to all of us who have shared our views, you also must be having a wide basket of customers that you deal with, and you must be exposed to a lot of other challenges that happen. I would request you to please throw some light on how supply chain design for the changed world can impact business.
All right, Ankur, thanks again for the opportunity. And you are right. As consultants, on one hand, as I said, we design, implement, run supply chains, but we are also equally exposed to GTM, running e-commerce, right? Manufacturing footprint change, etc. So we pretty much cover the gamut or breadth, right? And therefore we have a front side view, right? Sometimes we run SNOP meetings, so we have a front side view into the XComs and so on and so forth, right? And therefore, I think we have had a very rich conversation. So rather than bring completely newer thoughts, I agree with all my co-panelists. Maybe I'll select some and amplify, Ankur, and drive home the case that there is an investment required in supply chain for everything we said, right? If there is redesign, there is investment. Whatever we do, there is more complexity, right? And it requires technology to automate and so on and so forth, or software, as Anamika mentioned. But there can be a business case. So what I'll do is we can amplify some points in response and tie it all together on how do we provide the business case so that there is consistency in our financial results to the street, right? So on the whole, I'll maintain the two parts of the responsiveness, which is footprint redesign and much better and dynamic planning, right? Which is what people have said. But let me pick up on a few which can be strategic but will bring more complexity. Let's start with segmentation. Manoj rightly said, right? What he hinted was that not all parts of business are equal. Some SKUs and channels are more important, treat them accordingly. He hinted to business segmentation, which is sales and profitability. Equally, there is supply chain, which is velocity and flow. But the point to note, Ankur and folks, is that most companies operate with 2, 3, 4 segments, right? Now, segmented and a differentiated supply chain is bound to be optimal, but global best-in-class product companies will have 100 odd segments, right? Now, more the segmentation, higher is the optimization potential, but so is complexity, and higher complexity can drown things out. So let's just park for a moment and I'll come back and tie it up. Ankur, you rightly said SKU rationalization, right, was once in a 2-3 year exercise. You do it dynamically now. Another such exercise is network, right? So the network and the lanes between RM, PM supplier to factory to say depot distributor, this was relatively static, refreshed once in a year or so. I mean, only some companies like those agri input companies where RM cost changes with season would refresh themselves. But now in COVID times, everybody did do it dynamically, and that too manually. So if this entire network was designed for dynamic refresh, just imagine the value that could be added. Hitesh spoke about forecasting, right? So forecasting will have many elements, right? Improved forecasting, demand-driven responsiveness, and so on would be the order of the day. There will be so better algorithms and better data in internal, external allows for this, but the adjacent aspects also are there are machine learning based forecasting. There will be some pockets which exhibit high volatility, premium SKUs, e-commerce SKUs, modern trade. Machine learning is a good solution to them. Devendra mentioned about extended ecosystems, spot on, but once again, that increases complexity. And therefore, all of these things, right, are good solutions. They will optimize, they will drive value, but they also create complexity. And the solution there is technology. Right? So maybe I'll spend a few minutes on technology, right, for both automation scale, right? What do we mean, right, on injecting higher analytics? So what do we mean by that? A good technology investment in supply chain based on what we talked of will consist of first a digital planning solution or digital end-to-end SNOP or whatever you choose to call. There are many vendors, suppliers across the breadth. I'll choose not to cover. Then for segmentation, how do you segment based on 100 internal, external, right? There is AI, right? ML is actively established for demand planning or as well as sensing. Control tower was discussed, right? It provides for end-to-end visibility, real-time drill down of KPIs, what if, scenario planning, replanning, execution on the fly, so on and so forth. Digital twin for a network such that refresh can happen dynamically. And bots and RPA for all repetitive tasks, like SNOP deck making, right? It's a repetitive task, right? We designed a bot for a company which writes the entire deck in less than 5 minutes, right? Takes sources from various and creates, and therefore the time of my supply chain folks has to go in debottlenecking or and so on and so forth. Now, all of this requires money, as we said, but if this redesign and tech automation is done, it will cost money, but I think I can guarantee virtually that for 90% of the companies, there will be a good business case ROI between improved availability, optimized inventory, utilization, improved utilization of assets, reduced distance, and so on. And all of this would be a good combination. Supply chain and SNOP is the heartbeat of an organization. This is the test to see if we are willing to invest behind it. Yep, Ankur, I think that's pretty much it.
Vineet, there's a question for you.
All right.
Are you seeing any specific trends in the FMCG or the CPG industry?
Understand. Yeah, thanks. I think lot of what we have discussed here, right, is a common trend that we see across FMCG companies, right? Because GTMs are shifting towards select channels and SKUs, as Manoj indicated. There is dynamism, and therefore everything that we discussed. But I think the other trend that I see, and this is what differentiates great companies from average companies. See, every storm is an opportunity. Companies enter with some competitive landscape. Companies can exit with an alternate landscape, right? We talked of market share, and the difference is investment, right? So all of this that we discussed doesn't come free. So much of what we said 90% companies are doing, but the investments, for example, technology is one, organization is another, infusing AI, ML. So disruptive change is what I will want to say that 10% companies are doing. So I see two trends. Ones everybody is doing, strategic investments very few companies are doing, and they will be the winners.
Thank you very much, Vineet. If there are any questions from any of the participants, they can put it in the chat and I'll put them to the panelists. Well, just taking your point forward, Vineet. Now, I'll share some very interesting thing. In supply chain, we were right from the days then that I started working, or maybe much before that, ever since supply chain as a uh, aspect in business started gaining prominence, efficiencies were the key KPIs. Everything depended on your OTIF. Everything was on efficiency. Your MTTR, MTBF, how efficiently could you make a thing with the least cost was the key to success. Now, COVID has shown us that it is not just your efficiency, it is your resilience which is more important. One of the panelists also mentioned that how you adapt to change will make you succeed. Like, irrespective of whatever, when we are talking about consumer industries, most of the consumer products sell on the strength of their brands. COVID has shown us that the push comes to shove, your branding doesn't matter much. It is the availability which is the key criteria. People bought what was available. Again, this will not stay for long. It will not be there forever. But the point is that if you have a strong brand and you cannot ensure availability, it doesn't help you one bit. So it another participant very rightly pointed out that these are the days when the finance guys have actually loosened the reins around our necks. We are allowed to run faster than we were earlier. Earlier, getting a sanction from any of the for any proposal from supply chain, be it on IT, be it on uh, even inventory optimization, was very difficult. Now, COVID has provided an opportunity where the supply chain professionals are being given their sanctions much faster. Now, this is sure going to have an impact which will be much more permanent in nature. Resilience, like someone pointed out, how fast can your supply chain adapt to the changing realities is something which will become a major criteria for designing supply chains of the future. Now, we have a question from an audience. I would put the question and request one of the panelists to please volunteer to take it on. What should be our supply chain strategy in certain times like this? I believe it must have meant uncertain times like this. Who would like to take this? I can see Rajat smiling.
It's the most important question, Ankur, that we've all faced. It's not like we've not faced. We've all faced across the conversation today. We got to know about various strategies that people have put across on the ground to be able to service the customer segments, the various customer segments, by doing various things. But the key thing to note here is how suddenly availability of stock has taken a a forefront compared to anything else, compared to fixed cost, variable cost, complete efficiency, productivity, because that is the one element that is running the organization. If I don't sell, then there's going to be no percentage to sales ratio. I mean, that's the favorite joke in various organizations today, right? And I was just responding to Vineet on a one-to-one chat. Today, supply chain leaders have to start to think like CEOs. They may continue to operate as supply chain heads. Plus, these are times when we realize a lot more that's happening on the ground, a lot more that is transforming in our ecosystems than anybody else, any other function. So it is we who has to get up and say that, if another such disruption comes, how am I prepared to handle this? Right? How much money does it take for me to invest or to hire or to create an alternate network, create a flexible network? Like Anamika mentioned about returns management being outsourced, there's so much flexible space available today in the ecosystem. I remember a couple of years back, I mean, the only way, if you have a festive spike, was to run to your CFA and tell them, I don't know where you're going to get the space from, but please get me 5,000 square feet. Now today that is not a challenge. Today you can go to the website, and it gives you five prominent players who've been in the business, who provide pallet-wise space. In fact, now, I mean, I've been privy to setting up of e-commerce operations. I know now 3PLs who provide you, flexible space, which is not even pallet wise. So they're saying, you give us the kind of model you want, and we will prepare the model for you. So, so the way to deal with supply chain uncertainties today is to list down what are the uncertainties that you're preparing for, and think like the CEO. As a CEO, would you want to invest? If you invest, what kind of returns do you want? What are the pitfalls that you see if you do not invest? So that's the kind of stuff we have to start thinking about. And obviously, I think we are the best place today to start thinking about those things, and kind of make supply chain to be the competitive edge, in reality. This is the time. That's it, guys.
Thank you very much, Rajat. We have another audience question. Uh, how are you changing your warehousing to partner in supply chain redesign to suit current COVID scenario and beyond? I would presume that he's asking that how are you looking at future warehousing to third parties in the current COVID and post-COVID scenarios? So I think someone from the consumer industry would be better placed to answer this.
Hi, Ankur. Can I attempt?
Yes, Devendra, please.
Yeah. So, see, to be specific to warehouse space, what we are looking at is the partners who can have the flexibility.
पता नहीं मैं अभी खुद मैं मीटिंग में
Hello.
कनेक्टेड हूँ मैं डिस्कनेक्ट हो गया मैं टिम्बल से कनेक्ट हुआ हूँ अभी फोन पे भी शायद चल रहा है अभी तो चल रहा है
Sorry,
देखना
I guess some voice is coming. So we are. What I'm saying is we are looking at partners who
मेरा
can
भी
give
सेम
us
हुआ
the.
सेम मैंने चेक नहीं किया क्या प्रॉब्लम है बिकॉज मैं खुद मीटिंग में बैठा
Neeraj, you might want to just mute.
Yeah, so specifically on the warehouse space, we are looking at partners who have the flexibility and all the availability of modern equipments in terms of running a warehouse, so that your risk of any infection, contamination, anything comes down. At the same time, there is a flexibility of space that if you want to increase, decrease, it doesn't become a bottleneck. Now, sometimes what happens is, even today also some of the locations are getting restricted, or if we get a COVID incidence in any of the place, we have to close it for 2 days, get sanitization, everything. So inventory piles up. So instead of making it a case of a change of warehouse, then being operating suboptimally in terms of higher space or a lower space, so we are looking at shared spaces, where we are not very big, but if we are big, then we are looking at a good upscale warehouse facility, which can by default have all the precautions inbuilt.
Yeah, I will just add to Devender. I think one point, Devender, I would like to add here, 3PL, whatsoever you want to take on board or you want to change, they should have a strong technical, base. That is what I realized, once we shifted to our 3PL All India. So the only, I think it's very advantage if we have their end-to-end visibility of, and they are technically very sound. So that gives you real time auto MIS, auto details, auto dashboards. You are really get benefit out of it. So actually where sometime you forget few things, but such things, they themselves come up and they discuss with you to overcome the challenges.
Right. And Ankur, if I can also add and pitch in, so this we are discussing warehousing point, which is very relevant, but the point is bigger. So part of agility also comes from variabilizing all fixed costs, and warehousing that we saw was only an example. So when we are able to extend the same through manufacturing and take it to 3PL and bring, as Devendra said, the extended ecosystem into your planning fold, that is when resilience and responsiveness truly get balanced. So while we are doing great on variabilizing warehousing, right? I think manufacturing, which is the biggest source of asset, right? I think there is more scope there.
Thank you very much. I have another panelist question. What is the most important factor when you redesign a supply chain? I would request Mr. Ramkesh Jangra to please take this on. I think,
Ankur, can you repeat the question?
yeah, Mr. Jangra, the question is that what is the most important factor when you redesign a supply chain?
Indeed, good question. And the entire it depends on what is the need of redesigning, why you are thinking of change, what are the business requirement for which you are thinking of solution. It all depend on many input factors like which kind of industry you are, which kind of business you are, which kind of supply model you are. All these factors will decide. If it is B2C, business to consumer industry, then of course you will have a different solution. And if it is a B2B, business to business kind of industry or business you are into, then you have accordingly different kind of solution. There is no any fix or one model which can fit to all.
Thank you very much. I would just like to add, this is a point that I made earlier, and I'm repeating it again. COVID has taught us that it is not just efficiency which is important for supply chain. So all the supply chains that we are redesigning now, now when you look at supply chain, we need to have resilience, which has to be built in, which is like Rajat rightly said, if you have no sales, there will be no ratio to sales. So resilience is very important. Now, another thing which comes out is when you look at the current scenario, it's not just COVID. It's, if you look at the current international scenario, when you look at issues with China, the US-China trade war, there are a lot of things which are happening, which are impacting our business, which we can't look at. It is not just our suppliers. If you look at a couple of years back, we were looking at taking suppliers as our partners. Now today, if you look at it, it is not just your supplier; it is your supplier's supplier who also becomes relevant for your business. So all these need to be factored in when you redesign supply chain. Having said that, I would take this opportunity to thank all the participants for the wonderful session. I'd like to thank the all the sponsors and Aiden Global Value Advisors for organizing this meet. Thank you very much and look forward to more such sessions and wish all of you success in all your future endeavors. Thank you very much. Back to you, Namrata.
Thank you, everybody. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks,
And
everyone.
I request everyone to please put your cameras on for a picture for us, shot for the organizers, please.
Ankur, we have taken the picture.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Happy Diwali to all of you in advance.
Thank you so much. All wishes.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Stay safe. Have a good time. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Anku, for moderating so well. Thank you to all the co-panelists who have made this rich discussion. Now, we have second panel for the day. So, here I call moderator Mr. Tapasvi from Henkel, Saurav Gupta from Lupin, Neeraj Chaudhary from GSK Pharmaceuticals, Anand Dharbe from Accenture, Gaurav Bhatia from Cipla, Vijay Shetty from Alchem Laboratories, and Mr. Mandar Kulkarni from Pidilite.
Hi, Namrata. Thank you very much.
Hi, Tapaswi.
Yep, it's been a challenge since morning. A lot of knowledge sharing. And Sandeep also, thank you very much. I mean, I'm really surprised, Sandeep, the way you manage these events. I see the way you do it, the experience you get on board, it is vast. Huh? So it is not that everyone is from the same industry. You make sure that people are from different industries so that we have a good knowledge sharing. That's really wonderful job. Great work.
Tapaswi, thank you. I think this is because of the leaders like you and the other leaders on the panel who share their insight and from their heart, and they try to guide the audience what is the right thing for them to do in this uncertain times. And I'm also thankful to Namrata who engages with you and bring you on board so that as a country, as a supply chain fraternity, we all can benefit.
Absolutely correct. Thank you, Sandeep. So shall we start the discussion? I hope everyone's there, all the panelists. Namrata,
Yes,
have
Tapaswi.
you joined?
Yes, Tapaswi, you can start. Hello.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Hi, am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had your coffee and tea breaks after the grueling sessions at the offices and work from homes. So today we all meet here for the topic that is variability of supply networks and leveraging the supply chain resilience and technology for success. So I think it is the Prime Minister who has mentioned supply chain so many times in his recent speeches. That is where we can say that he has made supply chain so important. Until now, no one has spoke about that, the president of the supply chain. So that's a wonderful opportunity for all of us that we are feeling most important in this economy, in this current situation. That's one thing. So welcome all panelists. So we have here a varied panel ranging from pharmaceuticals, chemicals. I mean, if all these panelists get together, I think there is no better management school. They can beat all the management schools. That's how it is. That is the vast experience we are having here. So to start with, we have Saurabh Gupta, the head global supply chain, Lupin Laboratories. He's been with Lupin, then AkzoNobel and Asian Paints. Then we have Neeraj Chaudhary, welcome, supply chain and S&OP head. He has been in GSK, Pidilite, Johnson & Johnson, Tata Motors. I mean, vast experience. And we have Mandar Kulkarni, who is head of warehousing and logistics from Pidilite again. Wonderful. Welcome, Mandar. Then we have Anand Darbe, managing partner Accenture. I mean, the Accenture would be supporting in many of the organizations implementing the supply chain process, S&OP process, many of the processes, enabling supply chain, the backbone. Welcome, Anand. Then we have Gaurav Bhatia, who's the Associate Director, Supply Chain in Citla. Welcome, Gaurav. Your medicines, they saved us, I guess, from not getting COVID, most of them. And we have Ajay Singh, Head of Supply Chain, Aqua Pharma Chemicals. Welcome Ajay. Ajay also has vast experience in Ericsson, Jabel Circuit, NOR. I mean, the experience is vast. So he'll be sharing a lot of knowledge with us today. And also we have Ajay Shetty, who's the Vice President Distribution and Logistics from Alchem. And also Ajay has been with BASF, Firepower Energy and Glenmark Pharma too. So welcome everyone. So I would like yourself to introduce, so that the audience who are there will benefit out of it. So let's start with Mandar. Mandar, can you introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, sure.
I've
Thanks,
given a very
Tapasvi.
short introduction.
Yes, thank you, Tapasvi. Thanks for it. See, I'm Mandar Kulkarni from Pidilite Industries. I've been working with Pidilite from last 9+ years. I'm in the capacity of head warehousing, as well as I have handled transportation and couple of roles in last 10 years. Prior to that, I was in Future Group. I was handling supply chain for Big Bazaar for about 5 years. And prior to that, I was in a company called Ingram Micro. They are authorized distributors of all IT products. And also, I was working with a Blue Star, wherein I was handling the technical purchases for engineering items. So overall, I worked for 23 years in engineering, retail, as well as FMCG companies. So and that's it. I mean, this is from my side, basically brief.
Thank you. Yeah, Gaurav, can you please introduce yourself?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tawasvi. So, am I audible clearly?
Yeah.
Sure. Thank you. So, hi everyone. This is Gaurav here, Gaurav Bhatia from Cipla Supply Chain. So, it's been more than a decade of experience with consulting and pharma supply chain. And right now, I'm taking care of exports planning, uh, end-to-end demand to supply and logistics for exports market like South Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, which is our second home markets post India domestic market, and also taking care of the tender business where we supply for global funds, PEPFAR, WHO. So largely taking care of the same, and definitely as rightly mentioned by Tapasvi earlier, COVID has brought a lot of uncertainties, but in these uncertainties, they have brought also a lot of opportunities for all of us. So yeah, so that's a quick introduction from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, next we have Anand Darbe.
Yeah, good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anand Darbe. I'm a managing director or partner in the strategy and consulting practice of Accenture based out of Mumbai. I've been with Accenture now for over 15 years and the consulting industry for almost 20 years. Within Accenture, I lead our digital supply chain practice in India. Extensive experience in driving large-scale supply chain transformation programs across industries, including pharmaceuticals, consumer goods, fashion, industrial equipment, chemicals, etc. I think over the last few years, I've been working extensively with a lot of pharma clients in transforming their supply chains through multiple interventions, including strategy, process, and designing digital and analytics interventions. I think at Accenture, we've had a very good view of how some of these organizations have evolved as we see it. I think we partnered with several of the leading companies over their supply chain journeys in the last 10, 15 years. And what we saw and what we now call as the first wave was characterized by organizations, really fixing their processes, setting up their supply chain organizations, capturing quick wins and really driving that efficiencies that were there for everyone to have. What we now see are the leaders and organizations embarking on the next wave of journey, triggered by some bit of the external context, but I feel also driven largely by their own desire to become a more responsive and agile organization and the opportunities that they're seeing in the market. So glad to be here and look forward to the discussion.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Anand. Then Saurabh, can you please introduce yourself?
Hi everyone, and I hope I'm audible. Hi Tapasvi, hi all the co-panelists, and Anand, good to see you here. I know we've been exchanging emails, but never had an interaction.
Yes, Saurabh, hi.
You know what? These conferences are awesome, yeah. So you get to meet and share the experiences. So it's wonderful to have, and of course, speak to all of you. I'm new to pharma world, so I'm in Lupin now and head the global supply chain. Lupin is, of course, in terms of business construct. We've got large market. Of course, India is a large market, but then we've got markets like US, which is predominantly our biggest one, and followed by the growth markets, whether it's APAC, the other markets. So I'm learning this industry, and of course, from all the co-panelists, as I hear, coming with a vast experience. I'm primarily from a fast-moving consumer goods industry. Prior to this, I was 10 years with AkzoNobel, worked in different facets of supply chain, be it planning, logistics, manufacturing. I was heading a plant, supply chain excellence. So I got an opportunity to do varied roles in AkzoNobel, and prior to that, 5 years with Asian Paints. Yeah, so it's largely, as I said, FMCG consumer goods industry, and I'm of course getting into pharma, completely different industry, and actually really looking at how the global supply chain work. I think this is phenomenal, specifically in pharmaceutical world. So, and in today's time, I think it's even more important to look at the entire supply chain network as the, I think the topic suggests. So we'll delve deeper into it and share the experience. But thank you guys, and look forward to the discussion.
Saurabh, last time when we met, you were in AkzoNobel
Yes.
2-3 months ago.
Yes.
I mean, you are really an inspiration for the people who think that, oh, it's COVID time. Should I take an opportunity or not? Will I get or not? You are really an inspiration, because in these times you managed to, switch and
Thank you.
get it to look in.
Sometimes you have a luck on
Wonderful.
your side, so possibly.
That's your experience.
Thank you, Tapasvi.
It's all your experience which has really been great. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then also we have Vijay Shetty from Alchem Laboratories. Okay, so Vijay, can you please take a minute to introduce yourself, please?
Vijay, you are on mute, I think. Vijay.
Yeah, thank you, Gaurav. Yeah, thank you, Tapasvi, and good afternoon to all the co-panelists. Myself, I would say varied industries experience. I would talk about, started with pharma, with Cipla, I would say, and then moved out to Glenmark, and then switched to almost an API manufacturing organization, and then into BSF for long years, which is another good experience in terms of chemicals. And for the past 2 years, almost close to, with Alchem Laboratories. I manage the global distribution and the logistics function for the organization. And and that's a short and sweet journey so far.
Thank you, Vijay. We share the same platform. Even I am into logistics, so looking forward to hear from you a lot on that, from your varied experience. So then I think we are done with the introductions, I guess. Namrata?
Yes, Tapasvi, go ahead.
Okay, fine.
Tapasvi, I am left with, sorry to interrupt.
I am sorry, even I left myself also.
Good. So let me quickly introduce myself. So I am Neeraj Chaudhary from GSK Pharmaceutical, and And thank you all co-panelists who are from the pharma background mostly, except few. And I had been to the industry for last 17 years, working into end-to-end supply chain function, handling various roles from procurement till logistic management, and now finally into the strategic role of managing the S&OP role for GSK Pharmaceutical. This is quick about myself, and maybe once we start interacting, we'll discuss further more to this.
Thank you, Neeraj.
Thank you.
Thank you for reminding me to introduce myself. I've been speaking ever since. So, my name is Tapasvi, and I head logistics in Henkel. That is a chemical business. And earlier, I was with many industries, various industries like Bacardi, Ultratech Cement, Coca-Cola, and a coffee startup. So this has been my varied experience for 12 years across the industries. And over the time, I have seen how the supply chain changes in terms of industry to industry. Also, it's not the same. Yes, the practices and the basics are the same, but again, the challenges are very different. Say if you compare with Coke with Coca-Cola with Bacardi, or Coca-Cola with Henkel, where it's B2B, most of it is B2B. So changes a lot. The dynamics changes a lot. So to discuss about these dynamics and to get good insights from the industry leaders we have here, so let's get on with our topic for today. So I would like to first call upon Gaurav Bhatia. Okay. So Gaurav, can you please let us know how to build supply chain resilience to disruption? I mean, how do we take this forward when we have such disruptions?
Sure. Thank you. So, so we are constantly hearing since this pandemic the key words like agility, resilience, velocity, responsiveness, and I think one very critical word which you have put on me or asked me is resilience. Before I talk about supply chain resilience, I would I would like to just go back to the slide, back to the fundamentals and take a minute here. So whenever you have a black swan event like this, which is a pandemic where you are totally caught off guards, if you just go to your fundamentals on supply chain risk management, so this is a core subject in itself also, and this talks about two things. You have two types of risk. If I have to largely bucket them into two categories, one is your one is your known risk, and one is your unknown risk. So known risk would be like forecast accuracy. You know for sure you will never have 100% forecast accuracy. So this is a known risk. It may be at best 70, 75 or 80. So this is a known risk that you will always have a 20-25% kind of I would say uh, accuracy gap. So that would either lead to your stockouts or would lead to your extra inventories. Same ways on your, I would say, supply side, you will have your own risk or variabilities, technical issue, quality issue, and pharma being the most regulated industry will always have these challenges on the supply side. So to counter these two variabilities, you have to be very good on your fundamentals, which is your forecast accuracy, which is your supply reliability, or to bake them or to build them up your stock to norms, which is also known as STNs. So and going forward, taking a step forward, it is your to reduce your variabilities, you need to have good OTIFs, good I would say C versus A. But these are all, most of these are lag indicators. So how do you go to so one key measure would be to move to your lead indicators so that you can proactively take care of them. And when I come to the second risk, which I mentioned, no unknown risk, so there could be, this could be largely in such a pandemic where you had either you had procurement material challenges, where suppliers largely for pharma are from China, so that was one risk. Second, you had manpower challenges where people due to COVID were kind of slightly putting away or staying away from coming to the plants for manufacturing or for your logistics and distribution. all these three, I would say, faced one common challenge, which was on the manpower side. So again, how do you take care of this unknown risk? One key lever which have kind of helped us is how do you proactively track your lead indicators? How good are your C versus A or your R versus C, which is your requirement to commits and commits to actuals. So if these two are very good, you will be kind of safeguarded for a longer duration. I am very sure that each one of us in the co-panelists also have felt the impact of COVID. But whoever had good fundamentals like what I'm trying to mention in terms of preventing your risk or mitigating them to maximum extent, like those who had good STNs, 90 days, 120 days of stock to norms for your class A, class B products will have, I would say, more cushion to kind of react to any challenge. So that was one big help. Second, a good forecast accuracy. You would definitely have the required or the good inventory at your end. That's there's another school of thought, I would say, which has said that even the bad inventory became good in these times of pandemic because you had good or higher cushions. But that I would not go there because that is slightly against, in my view, against the principle of lean. So that is not somewhere which I would advocate. But it has helped, no doubt, it has helped in the times of pandemic. And the last one is to ensure how can you keep your kind of capacities. There can be some protected capacities, like for us on injectable lines where we had regular products, we also saw opportunity for remdesivir, so which helped us a lot in taking, as I was mentioning in the beginning, COVID has hit us with a lot of challenges but has thrown a lot of, I would say, opportunities in face of COVID. So remdesivir injection or favipiravir for most of the pharma companies are there, or you can say the other products like azithro. So if you had those scope of protected capacities, which you left it for all good purposes when you have those opportunities. I couldn't say opportunistic capacity or protected capacity, that has helped all the pharma organizations in these times and will continue to help in these times of pandemic or even in future, because pharma again being regulated and US FDA doing regular visits, someone or the other continues to get those 483s, etc. So you always will have those opportunities, especially in our industry, or to say in pharma or regulated industry. So if you do not have any, if you are very happy with 100% utilization of capacity, I'm sorry, you wouldn't be resilient, so as to say. You will have a very good utilization, ROE, ROIC will be excellent, but you would not be resilient for sure. So if I have to talk about resilience, I think these 4-5 fundamentals, if we follow, I think we are very good, in a very good state or in a very good position, and there should not be much of a challenge that I see. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for touching on these topics, Gaurav. So I just want to, note, make few points, with you, that is for discussion. One is, don't you think now, because if you be more resilient, then don't you think the industries like pharma or the industries where you have short shelf life products, should they not invest in R&D so that they can increase the shelf life of the product, so that tomorrow when you have these pandemics or uncertain circumstances, you wouldn't face such problems? So maybe if you should companies look at that angle, what do you say?
So shelf life definitely is something which we all look at, even at present also, because that defines till when your product is effective, as in the efficacy of the product. But now the way we are seeing the consumer behavior, especially both in FMCG as well as pharma, the consumer, which is the end consumer, I'm not talking of the doctor, who is also, I would say, one of our customer. But the end consumer, which is the person buying at the store, he also looks at the manufacturing date these days. So he looks whether I'm taking for my kid. So I have a small kid, a 4-year-old right now, and I look when I'm buying a syrup or an injection, I definitely look at whether this product is manufactured in 2020, being in October, or is it manufactured in 2019 or 2018. There are injectables which are there, or vaccines which are there of 2018, but they still have a, I would say, expiry of 23. So while I am knowing, being from pharma, I know that it is still having that full efficacy and I would say safety also. But I have personally observed and got that feed from the product managers, or I would say medical reps, that people now are looking at the manufacturing timeline. So it is better that we take more batches and recurring. So when you have class A, rather than having 180 days of stock at one go at one batch, let us have smaller batches and recurring campaigns, so that we do not have too much inventory of the older date or the older shelf life. So while again, maybe the economies would make sense to take larger campaigns and larger batch size, but seeing this behavior, we are also thinking about how do we kind of take smaller campaign, so that every time we have a fresher product in the market, seeing this consumer behavior. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And what about vitamin C? I mean, how did you cater to the demand of vitamin C? Did you reject your supply chain, or how was it like? Because vitamin C sold out like crazy in these times. So how was it? The challenging was the supply chain in that.
So it is definitely a challenge when you talk about these products which are kind of selling like hot cakes, I would say, be it your vitamin C, be it your antibiotics specifically prescribed for COVID, and people are also using it as a prophylactic, which means as a preventive thing also. So even and to be honest, today we are manufacturing remdesivir. We have also partnered with or co-partnered with CMOs, but we are not able to cater to the full demand. The demand is so high. So at this point of time, to be honest, we are just kind of for these products, we are trying to honestly play a catch-up game, and how much can we kind of utilize. So what is there in our hand is just to ensure that we run on maximum capacities, that we run on full 3 shifts, and how much can we have our strategic partners come into play to cater to these products and to these demands. But yes, it's still, I would say, we are not able to cater 100% of the demand, but yes, we are largely putting our best through the strong fundamentals, so that we try to capture maximum pie of the opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Fine. Thank you, Gaurav. So, Saurav, taking on from Gaurav, the same question, if I have to put it on with you, okay, that is, Saurabh says that it should be small batch runs, it should be protect capacities, what if lead indicators. So, is it not? I mean, every Diwali is it not a disruption for you when you were in paints in AkzoNobel and rest of the companies? Every Diwali was a disruption to you. So, how do you think the change has happened from your paint industry to, say, pharmaceutical? What is the sea change you see in terms of planning and supply chain?
Oh, okay. Quite a lot, I would say, quite a lot. And you know what? As you're asking this question, I'm in the process of figuring this out. So very clearly, when you look at a consumer goods industry or FMCG industry versus a pharmaceutical product, a huge change, yeah. And change could be in the in terms of lead times, yeah. You can plan a batch as small as which you can repeat, let's say every 2 days, 3 days, every week, so to say. in a consumer goods industry. While in pharmaceutical, you of course plan in campaigns, right? You like to do batches together and you kind of repeat it. Let's say maybe after 4 or 5 weeks, depending upon the volumes and all of that. You can plan a new product launch in case of consumer industry as quickly, let's say within a month or 2 months at best. However, it's quite the different in case of pharmaceutical, where you have to really look at the entire regulatory aspect when you kind of look at a molecule, do a reverse engineering in case of generics, and then you have to apply for filing. Yeah, so by the time it comes back for approval, you have to secure everything to. So it goes as high as a year or so. So huge change, and clearly I can see that between two industry. But one thing is common, and I'm seeing it all across. Remember, before COVID, everywhere, irrespective of industry you are in, the buzzword was the efficient supply chain. The buzzword was how we can make cost competitive supply chain. Now, think back. Now, after this COVID situation, what is everyone talking about? How can we make supply chain more resilient? Yeah. So, it's. I think a lot we have learned during this, this COVID scenario, and I'm sure every organization is kind of picking this up. So, we are all looking at how can we make a supply chain more resilient, more responsive, and they are able to take those, some of the surprises. And the risk, I would say, the risk can be, I think Gaurav categorized this risk, and I can also categorize in two different things. One is internal and external. Internal could be, your own plants getting shut down for whatever reason, be it, labor strike, so to say, yeah, or for that matter, anything. And external could be as we just saw recently, just COVID, or could be any, um, extrinsic situation. I think the important thing is, and every organization is now looking at, is how we can look at entire value chain and be and have our own responses that it safeguards us from these risks. Yeah. If not safeguard, how do we really get ourselves back as quickly as possible? Yeah. I don't think any of us have thought about this situation in the past, and I'm certain there could be more such things. Yeah, and not in terms of COVID, but could be anything which you would have not thought about as of now. Would be there in future. So I think today is a time where we have to really break the entire value chain and look at every part of the value chain. How can we make it more resilient, so to say? Yeah, and it can be, you can broadly look at just sourcing, making, and delivery. Yeah, if I have to really look at it. And if you look at sourcing, yeah, and so to say, I think one of I think Gaurav spoke about, in terms of raw material, the sourcing dependency on China is very, very high, and it's just not the case on pharmaceutical. Gaurav, I think China has taken over many things. Yeah, so and we have realized it because of this situation now. But there is a huge dependency on all of the sourcing. Materials. So even in paint, so to say, the key ingredients were all coming from China. Um, I think we are now looking at the alternate sourcing development. We call it ABD or whatever. So every organization is looking at it. How do we, localize this? Of course, and if not localized, where can I really disaggregate things so that I don't have entire dependency on one location? Yeah, today having dependency in specific location, not just in COVID. I'm sure the geopolitical situation is also changing every day. So we can't have everything in one location, and that put us on highest risk. And likewise, when it comes to make, yeah, so you have to really look at, what is my footprint? Yeah, what is my manufacturing footprint? Yeah, of course, there is there are strong reasons to have a manufacturing footprint. What is available at this moment? But I think we have to constantly review this. Yeah. um, and at the same time also look at what's my capacity headroom available. I think that's really, really important. We can't really operate on a capacity which is very watertight. Yeah, gone are those days where we are looking at all of those cost efficiency and all this. But I think in such times the amount of loss you may have to see will be much higher than what we kind of see if we have to operate with such kind of capacity utilization. And likewise in delivery also, we have to look at alternate channel of distribution. How can I deliver my goods to my customers? Where do I see an opportunity? So all of those things are really revisited at this moment. And not just in pharma, of course we are discussing specifically pharma, but I think every industry, every product driven industry is really looking at this moment. Yeah.
So, yeah. So Saurabh, I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you on that. I have a few more pointers for you. So before that, I would like to go to Mandar. So Mandar, how are you planning to handle the variability in demand? So we're talking about the supply chain and its resilience. How are you planning to handle the variability? Because it all starts from there.
Oh, yes. Um, See, as Gaurav also said, it's not possible to eliminate completely the variability factor. Okay, so you can achieve it to up to say 70, 75% or 80%. So basically, so the thing is variability, demand variability can be reduced, but it cannot be eliminated. Okay, for a typical manufacturing companies, FMCG companies like us or any other company, we have got for 30 to 40 plants. We have got every state-wide warehouses, around 10 to 15,000 customers and all, and we have got plenty of SKUs like 3,000, 5,000 SKUs. So it's very difficult to uh, it's very challenging to put that particular every SKU at the customer level or at the depot levels. Okay, so and it's basically based on certain scientific techniques, certain kind of past records what we have, or some sort of feedbacks we get it from the market. So basically for such a FMCG company, this is always a challenge. The bigger challenge is that basically what is the inventory level we need to maintain at each and every depot to serve all these customers. Basically why it is so, because placement is always done on the forecast, and which is never accurate, first of all. Okay, so there is a basically the conflict is always is that how much is stock to be kept. There are certain stockouts which happens, some loss of sale which happens. I mean, these are the basic things which are resultant of this deviation. I mean, there's a variability factor. So there are traditional ways of calculating the demand variability or standard deviation, as such, what is the average demand, and what is the large orders which are being placed by the customers. And then there are scientific techniques like average data points minus this data point, then square of that, square root of the all differences, and then you will find out the standard deviation. But then it is a very, for certain it will work for certain core items, but really not for the seasonal items. So for today, for example, I'm selling some item, and for which next month, suppose the season is changing for that particular item, then it's very difficult to really forecast or really keep the inventory, set the inventory norms at the depot levels to serve the customers. Okay, so basically the companies, they look for 3 to 4 kind of solutions, like our company also looking is doing it. Basically what we do, we try to do the input, we try to get the inputs from the all the sales people from the field marketing on the missed out criteria. Suppose if last year we have not considered certain criteria to exactly arrive at the what is the demand for this year, and so those missed out criteria we list it down, we capture the data on that. So we take the market feedback, we take the market acceptance and rejections of certain products, or which are the new products which are the which are not to be not getting sold, so which are needs to be stopped. Okay, so there are online consumption data also which is available for last 1 to 3 months and all. And we have certain selling like month end sales and all. So based on that we work it out what is the inventory level we want. So basically safety stock is one concept which takes care of the demand variability. So how much safety stock you need to keep at the depot levels or at the RDCs level, it determines how much effect you might have from the demand variability. Okay, so there is also a bullwhip effect which is there, whenever there is a, yeah, Tapasvi, you wanted to say something? Okay, there is a bullwhip.
Yeah, Mandar. So what I was saying is that. Oh, so yeah, please go ahead. I'll come back. Please finish this.
Yeah. So there is also bullwhip effect is also there. When the retailers become very highly reactive for the demand, then the effect of they amplify the expectations around it, and it will, that effect will go in the entire supply chain up to the manufacturing level. So here if the retail is very reactive, then the whole supply chain becomes very volatile, that way to how much is to produce at all. So in that way, you produce more, and then the inventory blockages happens to a greater extent. So basically the main thing is that we need to have a time to market concept, minimum time we should place the vehicle at the depot. So right forecast is very, very important in these cases. Okay. Second thing, what we do, we try to make the network of the customers. We try to map them with the depots. So whichever are the nearest customers and nearest depot, we can serve the customers. So stocking at the depot and maintaining at the right inventory levels at the depot will certainly reduce the demand variability at the billing level. And we also try to keep the inventory levels. We have also trying to keep the inventory norms at the WSL wholesale stockist level also, so that whenever some sale happens at the customer WSS level to retailer, that WSS it will throw the order to RDC. Then there is a backward effect of the orders. It is a pull kind of supply chain. So when the retailer, the WSS wholesale stockist will supply to the retailer, the order will be generated to our depots. Then depots will generate the replenishment order to RDCs, and RDC will again throw back the orders to the manufacturing. So this kind of thing is pull type of supply chain, which also reduces the demand variability. So here we have also, we have a TOC, like theory of constraint kind of pull system. It will give the auto replenishment system. It will give us the what is the which are the priority of the SKUs at each depot, at the depot, and also which are, if the stock is not available at the depot, then that stock is given the utmost priority from the RDC to replenish the depots. So this way we try to control the replenishment. Also, we in such a way that aggregation of stock near to the factory is always important to reduce the variability at the depot level. So rather than having a variability at depot, it is better to have variability at the RDC level. So aggregation of stocks at RDC, aggregation of RDCs are more important thing here. So whenever we can, it's like a shop absorber, or they are like a factory of the factory. They act as a factories. So they will basically absorb the variability in the system. Okay. So this is one thing. We have RDCs. We have formed RDCs at 2-3 places in India. So from there, we are nearer to the factories. From there, we get the replacement done to all the depots. And yes, we try to open the warehouses nearer to the customers, so that our delivery time is lesser to the customer. So these are the 3-4 things we take care in our company, as well as these are general things basically for other companies also they can follow, so that the time to market is lesser. Yeah, that's it. So these are the things we can reduce the variability.
Okay. Reduce the variability. Understood. So Mandar is of the point that we have to add inventory at nodes of supply chain, and the first node should have the maximum variability. So this is mostly related. I mean, we can say that DDMRP, which says that we need to have stock at every node of the supply chain. At every point, we have to build up stock. That goes in line with that. Yes. But Ajay Singh, so can you tell me, I mean, you're from a varied industry, that is, you're from electronics industry. Your experience was in various electronics industries. You're supplied to defense and many other companies. So do you think it's the same? I mean, the variability in demand is the same for you, and how are you planning to handle this variability in terms of your industry? Ajay? Ajay there?
Hi, Tapasvi. I think Ajay is not there.
Okay. Fine. So I'll pose the same question. I think I'll pose the same question to Neeraj Chaudhary. So you're leading the supply chain and S&OP for GSK, and you have been in Pidilite and Johnson & Johnson Global. So how do you think this variability is different from what it is in Pidilite currently?
Okay, hi Tapasvi, good. So I think one thing we should be very careful when we're talking about resilience part. And in terms of variability part, so all the supply chains which are existing in the in various industries does have a component of not being right or not being 100% accurate. So demand variability always exists in some or other form. The major part is how do you respond to this? What do you create or how do you build your supply chains? So like Goro talked about, we create lean supply chain. We are very good. Manda talked about, we keep lot of inventories at various nodes and point to mitigate the demand variability in the supply chain. But one thing we should also know that this variability comes at a cost. And once we start building our supply chain to defend this variability, I think over a period of time we create supply chains which are complex in nature. And this is exactly the impact where it will be difficult for us for over a period of time to say that our supply chain are now more flexible, there is a velocity in the supply chain, because we build supply chain at such a high level that our rigidness increases, our resilience decreases. So basically I'm a mechanical engineer, and if you talk about a resilience part, it is nothing more than how we get back to our original shape. Suppose we face a pandemic, we face a situation where a disruption happens in supply chain. Whether the supply chains are built flexible enough to take care of that part, and that is the answer. So it is not just only the variability part. I think we have to build our supply chain in a flexible manner also. I hope I answered your question
Okay.
partly,
So,
hopefully.
yes, yeah, more flexible along with being variable also, because that is the need of the hour. Saurabh, we have moved from efficient supply chain to resilient supply chain. Got it. So, Neeraj, what do you think are the non-financial KPIs that help to create this resilience? These should be non-financial. I mean, financial is what everyone has their eyes on. What do you say? The finance, the procurement, everyone has their eyes on. But what do you think are the non-financial KPIs?
Okay. So first let's define what is resilience means. So resilience basically talks about adaptability of our supply chain to get back to the original shape. That means if a disruption happens in our supply chain, a disruption, when we talk about disruption, it is like pandemic sort of thing which has happened in 2020, at least for worldwide across all supply chains. And everybody, as you rightly talked about, including our prime minister, our president, started talking about the supply chain function as a one key input to ensure that we maintain those service levels, we maintain the availability at all the supply chains, be it a FMCG, be it a consumer durable, be it a manufacturing setup, be it a pharma, everything should be available. So resilience is basically our capability to predict unexpected events in the supply chain. So when we start measuring, so what we measure in normal supply chain function is our KPIs, be it our OTF, be it our cost, be it our forecast accuracy and bias and all other parameters which are existing as a normal operation to measure as a supply chain KPI. And once we started building up our modeling supply chains, these KPIs become more and more challenging to measure. So basically, when we talk about lean management, we talk about shorter deliveries life cycle, we talk about shorter product life cycles, we talk about shorter shelf life material, all other things build complexity to it. So when we talk about resilience, resilience basically consists of three parameters. Do we anticipate in our supply chain that this disruption will happen? Second, do we resist this disruption? Resistance means how less we can impact our supply chain. So be prepared for such an a disruption to happen. And third and most part is, we all talk about right now in the world that whether the recovery will happen is a W shape, V shape, U shape, or XYZ shape. I think that plays a very key and important role for any supply chain or any business to get back to its original shape. So these are three major components which we talk about in a supply chain resilience, which are non-financial metrics which we should start measuring for supply chain. Be it, so when we talk about anticipation, so anticipation means what? Do we have our supply chain risk modeling very well placed so that we know which disruption or which are the key impact parameters which are there existing in our supply chain, which can disrupt our supply chain in a much larger extent than what it is happening globally. Second, be it a resistance, so whether we have the variability visibility in our supply chain available, we have the flexibility available, we have the collaboration or robustness available with the supplier, whether it is to tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 supplier, which can avoid a disruption to happen at the larger magnitude level. So it cannot be at Richter scale 10 earthquake, it can be a 4 5 which can be easily managed. It does not disrupt our entire supply chain, entire business model. Third, when talk about recovery or response, how to measure that out? So what is our partnership model? What is our collaboration model with our suppliers? How do we work with them? How much information sharing which we do with the supplier? I think these are these are the couple of parameters where we should measure in terms of where do we stand, which is non-financial in nature, and that has to be built during the pandemic only, during the supply chain disruptions only, where we learn this parameter, build our supply chain, not only on the functional parameters to measure the normal part, but also for the part which has to be non-functional, non-quantitatively. This has just an indicative model of risk mitigation models, or you can say MIV scores. This is very crucial for any supply chain to be successful in the future, be it a pharma supply chain, be it a FMCG supply chain, where apart from just measuring the KPIs, which is 90% forecast accuracy or maybe 99% of service level, apart from that, I think how resilient we are. How can we anticipate those risks in our supply chain, have our supply chain plan, or have our backup ready to mitigate those risks, mitigate those mitigations, and then close on in terms of how fast we can recover compared to industry and grow the business. That is where we should focus upon.
Okay, okay. Got it, Neeraj. So, Saurabh, just I will come back to you again on this. Okay, just for a minute. Okay, you have 1 minute. So, do you think cost, as Neeraj mentioned and Mandar mentioned, to become resilient again? Okay, so we were at an efficiency level of X. Okay, we had a disruption. Because of that, we were thrown out. Now we have to come back to the same shape again. So coming back to the same shape, will it not involve cost or will it involve cost as per you? Should it or should it not? Is it a healthy KPI or not?
Look, I don't know whether there is any straight answer to that. If you want certain thing from you, your team, your organization, then you have to spend. Yeah, I don't hide away in saying that. But it's all about where do you spend. Yeah, it's all about where do you invest. So the answer is having intelligent investment in the right cost area, right spend area, and take away all of those buffers, all the wastages out of the system. We can't be a fat organization and say, look, I can be resilient. No, it's not possible. So you have to invest wisely is the answer, I would say.
Okay, thank you, Saurabh. So now coming back to, let's now talk to Vijay. Okay, so Vijay, can you tell us, can technology reduce the impact of supply chain variability? What role does technology play?
I would say yes, and I would also say no. It also depends on people, supply chain managers or supply chain practitioners like us, how it can. So we have various technologies. Okay, when it comes to planning, we have APO and several kind of URP systems. Okay, where the demand comes in, you would we feed it with statistical forecasting, what could be there, and there is an input. And similarly, it would go to the supply end with MRPs and other things. Okay, but actually, if you actually stick to this rules, okay, it actually talks about silo working. Okay, because you are only watching the boundaries of your KPIs and trying to say that okay, commit versus actuals and this, and not and completely ignoring okay the supply side variability and the demand side variability. I'll just give you an example. Okay, I think when the pharmaceutical industry also was hit with this pandemic, of course, medicines were allowed. Okay, So initial time there was panic buying. You talked about vitamin C. People started buying. I think there are many segments of, like, say, cardio, diabetology. People, like the consumers, they felt that we may not have medicines, so let's. The earlier consumer used to stock for 15 days. Now he will stock for 2 months and 3 months. Okay. Now let's say if you don't have that visibility and that particular input of, like, how does it actually shaped up, and you say now the demand has gone high, and you just translate it into an MRP, and like you're now following up with your supplier, you'll end up with actually more stocks in the end. Okay, I think you need to understand the distribution channel, as that is more important. So what is happening there in the market, I think what is more important for supply chain practitioners like us to also know what's happening in the market. Okay. Similarly, what's happening at the supply side is also more important. I think we were hit with China's. I think we all spoke about how it has impacted and all that. But of course, are we waiting for second pandemic to happen? Can we look at local, regional, and other countries as well? Is also to be looked at. Okay, and how it could be connected today. Like, I think when I send the PO, okay, I get a delivery date. Okay, and on the delivery date, I would like the procurement guy will come to know, oh, something has happened in the suppliers, and we will not be able to fulfill. Suddenly there is a backward impact which is going on. But can we come to know at the day one from the supplier? How can we collaborate with our suppliers and come to know through digital network, saying that there's going to have some problem? And I'm sure every organization will have L1, L2, and like vendors, okay, who are approved vendors, and at least like you can shift demand here and there, and you know how you can play that. This goes same with our manufacturing plant. If you're only, I would say, dedicated to one plant manufacturing in this pandemic, you're gone. Unless you have a backup plan like Baddi, Sikkim, Daman, and vice versa. So where you can manufacture, so what I'm trying to say is technology definitely would help. But are we actually going and making use of technological inputs which will help us give this information, and the supply chain manager or practitioners in a better position to do it? Today, I come to know that, okay, yeah, an X company is manufacturing, the manufacturing plant is switched off, and we know that it will take another 1 month to do it. If we get that information on day one, what happens? Can you not create a different value for the supply chain entirely? So I think this is the missing part of it. Okay, we can have the best of ERPs, software, we can definitely meet our KPIs. Okay, I think somebody talked about logistics. Okay, we were confined to some of the logistics provider, one provider, two provider, three provider. Okay, I think in this pandemic, I think we can now see there is Uberization of logistics happening, which is fantastic. It was also before the pandemic as well. But now I think organizations are more knowing, oh yeah, this is a function. So how can we actually, it's not, I would say, for each and every function, we leave demand inputs to our marketing and sales inputs. Understand they would definitely give that demand because they have targets given. It's top driven. Okay, it's not bottoms up kind of a thing where you're actually seeing it. Of course, the person has something to do in the market, okay, and different segments will behave differently, okay, with hygiene levels improving, buying patterns increasing. So many a times your AX product, which is actually in huge demand, they may not be. You exactly talked about vitamins sold like anything. Vitamins was maybe a C category product for most of the pharma companies in this times, but yeah, look at this pandemic. What happened? People are dying to source raw material and say that, okay, I would want to make it reach, because why? People would want to build immunity, and that's the key thing as of now. But is it a long-term kind of an initiative? What is the stocks level at the end? Do you know what is the secondary sales happening? Actually, is it going? So these visibilities definitely will play a role. So technology, of course, will definitely benefit. But if you have this end-to-end kind of a modeling which is done and which is digitally done, not trying to take, saying that like when a supply chain planner is actually going for saying that giving a plan to a manufacturing or a production team, he should also be very Vegan saying that there could be some urgent inputs which could come in, which might give a different value. Understand, in this entire pandemic situation, the agility of any organization would definitely survive well, who would quickly quickly take decisions to actually take the next steps. Okay, and that's how technology, and if you build this in technology, I think I think for any other company, it would be like, I think there's something called as predictive analytics kind of a thing could be taken up, and actually we could work on.
Sure. Got it. That's really interesting. Vijay, great insights. So Vijay actually stressed upon, the new word, which is immunity. So I would like to go to Mr. Prasad Javlekar. I mean, before that, Anand would be raring to go. When we talked about supply chain, he would definitely want to speak about what they want to do. Definitely, I'll come back to you, Anand. But before that, Mr. Prasad, tell me, can supply chain have immunity? So how do we build immunity in supply chain? Can supply chain be immune? Precisely to ask you. Mr. Vijay?
This question is for me. I thought you said.
Sorry, no, this is for Prasad Javlekar.
Okay.
Yeah. Namrata, is Mr. Prasad there? Mr. Prasad, we are not able to hear you.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tapasvi, I think Prasad is not there.
Okay, Mr. Prasad is not there. Okay. So now I'll go to Mr. Anand Dabre. Okay. So finally, it's your turn now to put everything together. So Anand, tell me, you have seen the trends in the industry because you are the technology partner for most of the industries. Okay. I mean, across, you don't have to define a sector for Accenture. Okay. You're into all the sectors. Okay. So now tell me, after this disruption, the COVID times, how busy you are, how busy is Accenture? Have companies started pouring in money telling that, look, we have lost the visibility, we didn't have the visibility. Okay. So Mr. Vijay was also talking about the visibility across the supply chain, that is from supplier, manufacturer to the end customer. So what's your demand now?
So thanks, Tapasvi. I think, no, certainly I think we are seeing sort of a certain significantly renewed interest and conversations in how can organizations leverage technology to improve, visibility, improve agility, improve resilience, all the things that we spoke of, right? I think it's being spoken of that the pandemic is really the chief digital officer or the trigger that many organizations, were not having. So if you talk, 9 months ago, we used to have the same conversations, but obviously it used to take a lot more deliberation, and people used to hear, people used to understand its importance, but it was something which was something which could wait, right, at that point. And what the pandemic has really done is accelerate all of those needs, which I would say are not new, were there, on the radar of many of the, I would say, CEOs and these chief supply chain officers, and for that matter, even the CIOs as well, in the various forms and shapes. But it has just sort of made themselves a much more, dominant topic, so to say, in the organization's strategic importance. So I think just building on what Vijay also said, correct? I think what we are seeing is, I think fundamentally there are obviously these new capabilities if you have to now survive in this world of variability and uncertainty. You can only do so much to anticipate. You can only do so much to sort of predict it, right? While those also need to be done, but how do you prepare for it really? And I think clearly there are 4 or 5 capabilities that we are seeing which are important that organizations need to build, right? I think one is really the end-to-end visibility. And when we say end-to-end, I think Vijay also spoke, it's not really within the organization. Your planning, fulfillment, manufacturing, procurement, I think sales, all of them need to be on a single page as to what is our plan, what are we going to do. But I think more importantly, do we have the visibility of the extended ecosystem, right? It is about our suppliers, it is about our logistics partners, and so on and so forth. I think the other thing that we believe has fundamentally changed is, I think, the granularity of planning, correct? Used to, and this frequency with which you plan now. I think earlier we used to have those monthly cycles of planning. We used to have an SNOP, for which we'll plan for the next month. But I think the agility of planning, we're now talking weekly cycles. What was getting planned weekly, we are now looking at things daily. There was a phase immediately post-March where I'm sure the only focus was tomorrow, day after, and the next day, right? And we were very, very highly focused on that micro part. And the interlock, and I think what has also become very important now is, in order to do this, there has to be a much more tighter interlock between planning and execution, correct? So all the execution that is happening, which is basically on manufacturing, on procurement, on dispatch, needs to flow back in real time and be available for the organization to centrally do a replanning run if there is an opportunity in the market and you need to respond. So the integration between planning and execution has become tighter. Earlier, the solutions were being thought of also in silos. Now organizations are looking at, are we tying these solutions end to end? Because in order to really understand and respond, you need this well connected, right? The third is really about scenario planning and what if capabilities. Obviously, multiple things are happening. You have a rush order, you have a plant shutdown. Do we have the what ifs capabilities that either the investments that we have already made are giving us, or if not, then how do we enable that, right? And really the fourth one is also about ability to zoom in and zoom out, right? I mean, we used to have a planning horizon and a rolling plan of 2-3 months that we are making. That's probably what occupies a lot of our time. But suddenly long range planning has become important. How do you look at your network in a big way? How do you look at your micro execution plans in a big way? And keep constantly shuffling between the big picture view and the near term view. So I think if you have to look at all of these capabilities fundamentally, right, and build this in your supply chain to start addressing this, I think clearly there are, from a technology perspective, multiple solutions that you need. And what we are seeing as a response is organizations building what we call as the intelligent control tower, which is really sort of the dashboard or the cockpit in which you get all of this decision support capabilities and layers. And if I have to just describe some of these layers, if you look at the layer one is really the visibility layer we spoke of, which means if sitting today in my US warehouse, do I know what is my OTIF as of yesterday? What SKUs missed out? Was it because stock was not available? Was it the warehouse turnaround time was low, etc., etc.? That is a kind of visibility do we have today to really understand what's impacting OTIF. This is again being filled by multiple platforms. You have the Kinaxis of the world, the IBPs, the E2 open kind of platforms which connect and wire different parts of the organizations. The most important link here, and which is typically a weak link, is also how do we connect with our CMOs, the contract manufacturers also, because they also play an important role in running our supply chain, and how is our visibility and information exchange that we have with them. So again, here we have been seeing multiple options that clients are evaluating and are rolling out. You will have the SRM portals that organizations are looking at. There are a lot of blockchain solutions that we are seeing that are coming in the market to really drive some of these things, right? The next one is really about the alerts. How do we understand something on a real-time basis and what's not happening? So for example, if I'm capturing a status of a batch manufacturing, let's say it's completed granulation or it's completed compression today, but basis when it was supposed to get completed, my predictive analytics is really telling me that it's going to be delayed, right? And it's on a critical path for me to meet a service level or avoid a big penalty. So how do I get that alert and use analytics to then really identify what are the next set of actions I need to do? Do I need to replan quickly to ensure that this goes through in the intended time? I think we also spoke of mapping the entire extended network, correct? And this is where and mapping it digitally. Vijay spoke about this. So this is, I think, and all of us know the concept of a digital twin, where we essentially model the entire supply chain. That's becoming a big area of discussion. Today, we also spoke of how do I know that in my extended network, a tier 2 supplier, for example, has a shutdown, right? And or audit report, which or inspection report basis which there is a real risk that the plant may shut down. Today, there are tools available where we can map this entire extended network and almost on a real-time basis across multiple qualitative factors and alerts that we set. You can get this alert on day one that this is what has happened. This is a node in your supply chain which will be at risk, and it will immediately trigger a set of responses. So there are these tools available, modeling available, and analytics which sit on this layer. And then obviously the what ifs that we spoke of, which again, deep planning tools, which are industry standards, which are also evolving and investing to upgrade their capabilities, of the likes of Kinaxis, Blue Yonder, etc., which are coming. And the way we like to think about it, in order to run this control tower, I mean, how do you think of what capabilities can we visualize, right? So the way to think about it is in 4 layers, as we call it, what we call as a living architecture, right? At the heart of this is really the digital core, which is your core ERP. Many organizations are thinking about their journeys to migrate to S4HANA and the likes. The digital core will ensure that all the data in the organization is harmonized. It comes in one place, is available for exchange and analytics both within the system and outside in a very synchronized manner. There are a lot of conversations that we are having on how do organizations undertake that journey. Then there are obviously the second layer is what we call as connected solutions. So connected solutions are nothing but your end-to-end platforms that we spoke of, which is the likes of Kinaxis, Blue Yonder, IBPs of the world, which really do the end-to-end deep planning, connect both the internal organization and to a large extent some parts of your external organization. Then the third really is about the platform components. So everything is on cloud, right? And you have the cloud players who are coming in, and apart from offering flexibility and speed, they are also offering point solutions, including some forecasting algorithms, microsites and insights of an event and analytic solutions, which one can look at leveraging as we look at the end-to-end solution. And the last component, which really makes this architecture living, because this is not static, is really the innovation engines. The innovation engines are your actually AI ML based predictive analytics solutions, which drive a lot of this forecasting, the digital twin analysis we spoke of, the blockchain solutions to connect with your capability vendors that the vendors that we spoke of, which are your CMOs, and so on and so forth. So these are plug and play solutions which you will have to fit in at different points to really complement your ability to sense what's happening in the external world, collaborate better, and really transmit the actions to a much larger set of participants. So I think that's what we are seeing. We are rolling out multiple programs as we speak today. What is of critical importance is all these organizations have not lost value focus. They've identified a very clear business case of what is it that will come from these investments. These are not being looked at today as things which are necessary, and we don't look at investments. But what we are seeing clearly are, despite this challenge the pandemic has posed, there are clearly those industry leaders who are saying that, let's build a clear business case and a capability roadmap for us to be able to build these capabilities and be future ready when maybe and create a differentiation for us, correct? When maybe not everyone is thinking about it actively.
Right. Thank you, Anand. I mean, a lot of companies definitely they would be looking at implementing the end-to-end visibility. That is what is the need of the hour. Okay. So now we have very limited time now. So I'll come back to each and every panelist. I'll give them 1 minute. Please close in 1 minute. We don't have time because we need to take questions also. So Gaurav, what's your take on supply chain resilience? Your take on supply chain resilience?
Sorry, my take on?
Supply chain resilience. So how are we going to handle it?
Okay, so as I mentioned very clearly, no rocket science, very fundamentals or basics which we know: forecast accuracy, the stock to norm, safety stock that we need to have in place. Follow your clear classification or importance of class A, class B, class C SKUs. Yes, with this pandemic, as Vijay was also mentioning, there might be a rigid in your portfolios or in your class definition, but that's a different thing. But sticking to your core fundamentals, follow you, rather than looking at your league and league indicators, look at your looking at your lag indicators, look at your lead ones, which tells you your R versus C, or in terms of your C versus A, because OTIF is a derivative of that. You can predict how good OTIF will be basis your capacities and your R versus A's. And on technology, one very quick piece which I wanted to also build is that we there are a lot of technologies which Anand just spoke about, and very helpful. But something which is very core or fundamental is how do in supply chain I can take a data driven decision making. So my decisions at senior level should be more based on data rather than just my gut feel. A lot of people say my historical knowledge or my gut feel says we should do this or we should go in this direction, which we do a lot of times. But when you have a strong data backup or a strong data foundation where you do not have to spend too much time. I've seen people spending a full day or 2 days preparing for data for every demand SNOP or for every executive SNOP or taking any decision. How can that be backed by strong decision making through data? So
I got your point. Gaurav, I have to say a lot of companies also, what happens is, as you rightly said, they need to have a good data. A lot of companies don't maintain the data and they want to implement a software. They give the junk to the consultant and what they get is also junk. So really data is very important for you to really implement the technology. That's the backbone, absolutely. So Saurabh, or the KPIs of supply chain are the same, or else if they are changing, they should change for an imminent time or permanently. 1 minute.
No, just a quick one on the resilience. The Basu, I did mention about my previous experience, let's say FMCG and all of those products. But
Yeah.
you know what? I learned this resilience word in my experience as a sailor. So I've been a sailor. I've sailed on ship, and I was a marine engineer. So my job was to make sure the ship runs.
Done a marine engineering.
Yes, I have seen times. I've never seen a ship stop. Yeah. However, rough the weather is. Yeah, there are times there is some troubleshooting, some breakdown happens, but there is always a backup which comes in place without spending and wasting any time. So I was amazed to see how resilient this whole operation is. You know what, if the ship stops even for a moment in the sea, it incurs a lot of cost. So if it doesn't berth a port at a certain time, that means you're gone. So resilience brings me back to that period that I've been. Ship continues to go, however the rough the weather is, however the issues are, both internal and external. Same goes here. The show must go on. That is what I see, and that is what we've learned. So, second point I want to make is this experience has made us wiser. We have to start thinking about entire value chain and just break down in terms of looking at from one end of spectrum to another, and start to look at things, be it network, technology, whatever it may be. I think we have to really look at our whole supply chain network to be more responsive, more resilient. Yeah, that is what I really wanted to say. But I think, there is nothing called permanent. We have to keep on really introspecting all the vulnerabilities. I really love a word called vulnerabilities in the IBP, integrated business planning. I have been fortunate to work on this, and we have to continuously look at vulnerabilities in the entire process, and start to make plans to really address it. That is what I want to say.
So, Vijay, your closing statements, please.
Yeah, I think one is, I think every organization should have a very good BCP. Okay, and I think what is there today is definitely going to change. So always keep on trying to challenge the status quo and try to be, I would say, also bring the outside in perspective as well in whatever you do actually, because I think otherwise it would be your own view. It would not be the overall, as I would say, view of the organization. I think that's how I think we would be able to sail better.
Got it. Yeah. Thank you, Vijay. Mandar, your take.
Yeah, for me, basically, resilience is that how quickly you deliver to the customer at the optimum cost. That is what is going to repeat the order again. So basically, there are the elements like risk identification, risk assessment, and risk evaluation comes into picture. There has to be visibility and information sharing through the automated system. Basically, what we are going to you are using this any supporting systems, and obviously on-time delivery. So basically, going nearer to the customer and delivering to him on time at the least cost is what is important. So there are 3 4 just pointers, like you can have the better network mapping with the customers. You can open the new warehouses which are closer to the customers, and you can close the bigger warehouses. So there has to be again a trade-off between the cost and service. Then you can use the express transporters to reach to the customers, and you can reduce the inventories and you can reduce the space. So basically, again, there is a trade-off between rental cost as well as the inventory keeping cost against the express transportation cost. So you can always work it out, that particular element, and you can go to the customer, nearer to the customer, and give the quickly deliveries. And obviously, for doing this, you might need to have some kind of standardization in terms of your warehouse design, palletizations, technologies, and TMS systems, or any kind of e-com systems which will come into place. So basically, these things on a holistic approach, on a holistic, at the right cost, you should be able to deliver the goods to the customer on time. That is what is the resilience is.
So Mandar talks about technology as well as we going to the pre-GST era, wherein we had a lot of warehouses near to the customers. Then later GST came in. We closed a few warehouses. Now we are telling that we'll come back to the customer again. We'll be near to the customer.
See,
so
now
Neeraj, what's your take on this?
Okay, just for a 15 seconds. So, for example, in UP is a state, we have a warehouse in Lucknow. Okay, but then Gorakhpur and Varanasi are at the extreme end of the this thing, at the extreme end of the UP state. So basically, serving that customers is more than 500 kilometers. So we are trying to open up warehouse in Gorakhpur as well as in Varanasi, so that we can deliver the customers within say 200-kilometer distance, and with a next day delivery. So this is some kind of things we can do, and we can go nearer to the customer. But yes, you can surrender the places, and you can reduce the cost at primary end also. So that kind of you have to always work out the trade-off between the deliveries as well as the norms, rentals, and all.
Sure. Yes, Neeraj.
Thanks, Sabasvi. I think I will not take much time to talk about this. I think we all know what has happened in last 8 months with us. We all are all the industry leaders in terms of managing supply chains of pharma, FMCG, and other things. We all learned a lot of things in terms of how do we do differently in a normal situation, or maybe not a normal situation which we are facing right now. So my take, which goes with be stick to your fundamentals. Supply chains are not going to change. It has all the component which is in the score model intact. Only thing is in terms of how you can respond, how you can recover fast, how you can be more agile, more flexible, and be more connected to your customers as well as your suppliers. That is make the game changing statement for the supply chain. So stick to the fundamentals and develop your capabilities, learn from the things which happens around, learn from this industry, and then deliver the results for the organization. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you, Neeraj. And Anand, 50 seconds for you.
Thanks. I think our organization should look at this as a great opportunity, an opportunity to really see how they can build a more customer-centric supply chain as the needs are evolving. Look at all the capability gaps end to end, and where they need to be built. They need not. They would be across technology, processes, organization. Set a North Star, build a business case very clearly, which is linked to value and the requirements, which are very closely linked to what the business is going to deliver. I think I would also say take a sprint-based approach. Look at how you can build a journey to achieve to go to the end goal that you want, and absolutely leverage analytics and the technologies in a very strong way. They were not there about 5 years ago, but today they are available to help and support and enable a lot of things that we want.
Got it, Anand. So, I mean, sprint-based approaches is what and companies have to look at in terms of technology, definitely. And people are also looking for some discount codes from Accenture to implement the technologies. Huh? Okay. So, Namrata, do we have time for any questions?
Yes, Tapasvi, we do have questions from audience also.
Yeah.
So the first question from audience is Ritesh Manchanda. He's asking, how are you leveraging technology to reduce variability, and what is the right strategy?
I think, Namrata, we covered that point. How are we leveraging technology? Yes, what is the strategy is what maybe Anand again can take that question. Anand, just in one liner, can you please answer that? Very precise. Anand?
1 second. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think there are, from a technology perspective, there are multiple tools and solutions that are available in order to segment. So I think there are fundamentally 2-3 things. One, segmenting the customers and products much more strongly to understand the underlying demand patterns. Number 2 is there are a lot of algorithms that are available. Earlier, we used to have a few set of statistical techniques, but today there is an explosion of analytical algorithms that are available, which actually predict and, more importantly, learn basis how they are predicting as to how you can get better at improving the accuracy. And I think third and the most important is how do you plan for a response to each of these segments from the supply side, because it's not only about predicting the demand pattern, but also about figuring out for this type of a demand pattern, how are you going to supply, which are all critical. So I think these 3 things would be my response.
Okay. Namrata, next question.
Next question is from Isha Gavli. She's asking, how can you increase profitability leveraging supply chain?
Profitability.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe Vijay, would you like to take that?
Yes. Profitability for supply chain could be many areas. We have the logistics and the warehousing area. Okay. And if you're in a business of pharmaceutical, let's say from manufacturing, let's say Alchem is a manufacturer, I give it to my distributor. Okay. And from my distributor, it goes to the retailer, and ultimately the consumer is buying it, because like our sales force generate these generate the prescriptions. Okay. Now, a simple way is since I have a distributor, I'm sure my distributors will also hold certain inventories. I think post GST era, what we need to look at is how can you still serve your customer, okay, and relook at your distribution network modeling completely from the type of source till the delivery. Okay, I'm sure you'll be able to actually wind up at least 4 or 5 warehouses. So I think from this is one thing. The other thing in the transportation area, you can talk about, I would say, rather than part loads or like small truck, you need to look at consolidated load of like how you can actually combine this in a maybe a high capacity vehicle. Like for example, there are vehicles which are 9 tonners, 10 tonners, or 32 feet tonners as well. Okay, how you can increase and make sure you make use of that capacity. You do two things. One is burn less fuel and also pay less freight. So this is pertaining to logistics in a brief. But at the same time, from a supply planning and I think visibility, I just talked about in this forum. So if you have the clear visibility of stocks, let's say from retailers to distributors and your depots and at your mother warehouse, you could definitely look at reducing the number of days of inventory. I think inventory is also cost. Okay, you would definitely reduce the working capital for the organization. That is how you could contribute. The other part is also in terms of when you have this visibility, you would be in a much better a situation of improving the forecast accuracy, because against the statistical forecast versus what is happening in the ground, you would have a clear-cut visibility, and hence you would source the optimum amount of raw material and you will produce the optimum amount of raw material. Finished goods as well. So these are some of the ways. Of course, there are a lot of things we can do, but these are some of the key ingredients for adding value, supply chain function, adding value to the organization.
Sure. Oh, thank you, Vijay.
Tapasvi, if I can just quickly add to it. Also, I think one key or critical lever that we have seen is also procurement function, where they can do rate contracts or rate negotiation for your annual volume. So for products where you have a decent forecast accuracy, when I'm saying decent, a 70%, because when you have a 70% accuracy, some of your SKUs or some of your products would be at 80-90 also, some will definitely be at 50-60 also. So for those which are like 70 plus accuracies, you can take a 80% cut and do the rate negotiation. And even your suppliers or your so-called now partners, supply partners would love that visibility, and they are ready to give you I would say a price benefit for the same. So you can increase again your profitability through those contracts or through those negotiations for the annual volumes. So yeah. Thank you.
Agreed, Gaurav. Even I was a party to it because our procurement function also did a fantastic job implementing the same thing what you told. Thank you. Yeah, Amrita.
Tapasvi, there is no other question from audience. That's all.
Okay, fine. Okay, so it has been a wonderful.
I think we lost you, Tapasvi.
To come back, such as vulnerability, BCP, delivery at optimal cost, visibility, information sharing. So all these things, what we were doing it right. It's not that we were not doing anything wrong. We were doing it right earlier, and we will be doing it in future also, with some added levers like technology, it can come into place. Thank you. Thanks a lot for this enriching session. Thank you all the panelists, and also Aidan, Mr. Sandeep and Namita.
Thank you, Tapasvi.
Thank you, Tapasvi.
So all these things, what we were doing it right. It's not that we were not doing anything wrong. We were doing it right earlier, and we will be doing it in future also, with some added levers like technology, it can come into place. Thank you. Thanks a lot for this enriching session. Thank you all the panelists, and also Mr. Sandeep and Namita.
Thank you, Tapasvi.
Thank you, Tapasvi.
So all these things, what we were doing it right. It's not that we were not doing anything wrong. We were doing it right earlier, and we will be doing it in future also, with some added levers like technology, it can come into place. Thank you. Thanks a lot for this enriching session. Thank you all the panelists, and also Mr. Sandeep and Namita.
Thank you, Tapasvi.
Thank you, Tapasvi.
So all these things, what we were doing it right. It's not that we were not doing anything wrong. We were doing it right earlier, and we will be doing it in future also, with some added levers like technology, it can come into place. Thank you. Thanks a lot for this enriching session. Thank all the panelists and also Sandeep and Namita.
Thank you, Tapasri.
So all these things, what we were doing it right. It's not that we were not doing anything wrong. We were doing it right earlier, and we will be doing it in future also, with some added levers like technology, it can come into place. Thank you. Thanks a lot for this enriching session. Thank all the panelists and also Sandeep and Namita.
Thank you, Tapasri.
So all these things, what we were doing it right. It's not that we were not doing anything wrong. We were doing it right earlier, and we will be doing it in future also.
Hi, Nidesh. You'll have to unmute yourself, I guess.
Yeah, hi Mohit.
Hi. Hi, Ashutosh.
Hello, how are you, Mr. Mohit?
I'm fine. Nikhil is also there. Hi, Nikhil.
Hi, Moji. How are you?
I'm fine. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
How are things? Working from home or going to office once in a while?
No, I'm going daily to the office, but for past couple of days I was having a sore throat, so please bear with me. So just took a day or two off.
Yeah, it's better to take precautions these days.
Yeah.
No harm in taking precautions.
You can see I am sitting in my office.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that, and I've also been going to office regularly. In fact, couple of days is what I work from home, and then the rest I work from office. Hi, Sandeep. Hi, Namrata. How are you?
Hi, Mohit. So I'm starting. Okay. So now we have
I
another.
guess Navneet has to join, and then
Prashant has also joined.
Prashant has joined.
No.
No, Navneet and Prashant have to join.
Yeah. So now we have last another interesting panel discussion. Here I call moderator Mr. Mohit Johari from Shriram Pistons and Rings, Mr. Nitish Kuchar from Mahindra, Ashutosh Srivastava from Munjal Shova, Nikhil Puri from Sterlite Technologies, Navneesh Srivastava from JBM, and Prashant Kulkarni from Thermax. Mohit, you can start. Meanwhile, they will be joining.
Yeah,
I've
so
dropped
if
them.
you could just quickly get
Yes.
Navneet and I think Prashant. Yeah, these two are the guys who need to join. So what do we do? Should we wait for them or we get started? I think we'll give them a couple of minutes more just in case they can join.
Okay, sure.
So are you calling them up?
Yes, I'm calling them up.
Right. I hope there's no confusion because I had a Zoom link and I had a Google Meet link. So I hope they are not trying to join on the Google Meet.
How many participants are there? Invitee attendees are there, Mohit?
Pardon?
Attendees, participant. So I can see we are 3 plus 3, 7 people are there.
Yeah. I think rest Alden would be able to
tell us how many people are going to join. Oh, there's a message from Sandeep. It says there are people watching live on the website. Instead of attending it here, they are watching it live. Namrata, any luck with Navneet and Prashant?
Hey Mohit, I think we should start because there is another session after this.
Fair enough. So we'll get started. That is. So good evening, friends. Welcome you all once again to this session on efficient network and inventory optimization, unlocking the profitability. That's the theme of the session. And I have with me, I already have Nidesh Kuchal, who's from, I'll take a bit of time to get things sorted. Yeah. So Nidesh is from Mahindra and Mahindra. Nikhil is from Sterlite. We have Ashutosh Srivastava from Munjal Showa, who already joined in. And then we are waiting for Navneet Srivastava from JBM to join in and Prashant Kulkarni from Thermex to join in. And just to give you an overview of how things are and what seems to be panning out, I mean, COVID or no COVID, inventory is kind of a necessary evil. Everyone wants to have inventory and everyone has to have inventory to take care of the supply part of it, the supply to the customer. And SCM is basically from supplier to customer. So the focus is there to meet the customer service levels and to make sure. Welcome, Navneet. So the focus is there on ensuring and just to set the things right. I mean, what we are going to have is we are going to have a session of about an hour wherein I have my co-panelist Navneet has joined and we are waiting for Prashant Kulkarni to just join in and then we'll have the full house. So I'll be asking pointed questions to each of my co-panelists who will then respond to them and the audience is requested to please ping in their questions on the website on the Alden Global website so that the questions can be answered towards the end of the session. And my request to my co-panelists is please keep your videos on and in case you're not speaking, then the mic should be on mute so that there's minimal disturbance to the audience, which gets passed on to the audience. So coming back to the subject, what I was saying was that inventory is a necessary evil and the companies are required to keep inventory so as to service their customers. Now, what happens is that in order to ensure that there's a good service level for the customer, what companies do is they try and build inventories at every stage in the pipeline. And this is where the mistake happens. I mean, the companies fill up the network with inventory. This in turn blocks the cash flow. This in turn sucks up the working capital. The companies run the risk of obsolescence. So a lot of perils related to inventory come in, and that is where inventory gets branded as a bad word, whereas it is not. It is actually a necessary evil. I mean, companies need to have inventory. Now, the session theme itself is that we need to build an efficient network so as to have an optimal inventory, which in turn is going to lead to increased profitability for the companies. So the challenges that anyone can foresee in this is how to retain customer service levels because inventories are a comfort factor which ensures that you have a good service level for the customer. But as I said, on the flip side, you end up blocking a lot of working capital. So the challenge is how to maintain the customer service level and also optimize the overall cost of managing inventory and the end-to-end logistics and everything so as to unlock the profitability. And opening my discussion, I would put up the first question or query that I have in mind to Nidesh. Nidesh, I mean, how are you making your distribution network efficient? Can you elaborate with the steps being taken by your firm to make it efficient, the distribution network?
Thanks, Mohit and Alden Global for inviting me for this webinar. As Mohit rightly pointed out,
inventory is a necessary evil, I will say, where we are supposed to work with the lowest ever inventory, but at the same time we also need to look into the service level. An efficient network, as the today topic is the one which not only offer cost competitiveness in terms of a transportation cost, inventory cost, but also help us to improve agility and service level, which will provide an edge to the business. So today supply chain, we have to look into parallels of overall business, where we can look into how can supply chain give any strategic advantage to the business, because in current scenario manufacturing is no more in competitive edge, because this is available, this is available, accessible to everyone. What is the competitive edge? The software tools, like how do you manage your supply chains, these are the much more competitive advantage, like unlike the previous time where the some resource planning, some resource owning some resource was the major competitive edge. So in this scenario, when we look at our in distribution network, uh, pre-GST, I will talk more about our outbound distribution network. So if we look at pre-GST, we are operating practically each states, we are operating through a yard. And we used to, for the tax arbitrage purpose, we are transferring vehicles from plants to these yards to save on the CST part, and from there we are billing it to our dealers. That was not a very efficient system, except for from the logistics point of view, efficiency point of view. In terms of a number of stockyards, we used to manage 29 stockyards across the country. So you can assume, you can imagine the kind of a inventory we were carrying in all these stockyards. And then it has a uh, associated perils like the obsolescence costs, like the stock transfer from one yard to other yards, and also all those. In the post GST, when we look at into our distribution network, we try to rationalize it based on the how can we make the best use of inventory network in terms of a service level improvements. But at the same time, we have also looked into what are the other benefits we can achieve. So when we looked into that, we have looked into how can we use the multimodal logistics. So when we started, we have closed down many yards, relocated some of the yards. Like the some states, we have taken started direct billing from the plant. So we found there is not much difference in the service level, but we can supply from directly from the plant, taking advantage of the shorter distance and hence the lower inventory. Second thing aspects when we have considered into our distribution network is how can we make use of multimodal transportations. In pre-GST era, our almost 99% of our distribution finished vehicle transportation is through road. In a 2000 F17 to F21, we have moved from this almost less than 2% to 15% through train logistics. It has been possible only through better management of a distribution network, where we are able to use the train for the longer distance, and it helps us not only reducing our logistic cost but also cut down on the transit times, and definitely safer delivery also we are able to achieve this. Secondly, we have also relooked into the redistribution of the product mix being manufactured at the different locations. So when we look at the inventory, you cannot look it into isolation, and it cannot be the job of only a supply chain managers. As Mohit rightly pointed out, that we are putting inventory at each and every node. When you are keeping inventory at every node, it means there is a obsolescence is also going to be higher. So we need to decide at what level we need to keep the inventory. Similarly, where we are going to manufacture. So we looked into product mix, we looked into the plant product mix. Many of the product we have started manufacturing across locations. So we can serve to the nearby market from that plant. And this has also helped us a lot in improving our distribution cost as well as improving the service time.
I mean, I guess you are through, right, Nidish?
Yeah, Mohit. Yeah.
Very well captured. In fact, what I could take out from your inputs was you have done a complete business process restructuring kind of stuff, and you've kind of brought in agility using IT. You have optimized the resources. You have looked at alternate modes of transportation and the rest of the stuff. So very well done. In fact, That's why Mahindra and Mahindra is one of
Yeah,
the
just
leading
just to
companies.
add to it, you have touched upon IT. We have done the lot of digitization in our transportations. Now we have an app where we can, our dealers, distributors, everybody, there is a complete visibility of all the vehicles being dispatched. So this helps also help us to track better and give a customer dates in advance. Yeah.
Thank you, Nidesh. In fact, I forgot to introduce the panel. I should introduce once again because the panel is now full. I mean, the quorum is complete. So, Nidesh Kuchal, if you would want to share a few words about what you are
Surely,
doing and
surely,
all that, because the audience would definitely want to know as to what your background is and what is your core
surely,
strength.
surely. Yeah, I'm Nidhish Kuchal. I work for Mahindra and Mahindra automotive sectors. I'm taking care of finished vehicle logistics of entire auto sectors, which includes automotive divisions, truck division, construction equipment division, all the products I'm taking care. I'm working for last 14 and a half year with Mahindra and Mahindra. My total work ex with the different automobile companies is total 28 and a half years. I'm into this field. Yeah.
Welcome, Nidesh, and welcome Prashant and Navneet. You were the last ones to join, but last but not the least.
Thank you.
Uh, Now, taking the discussion forward, the next question that I have is for Prashant. Prashant, first, I would like you to introduce yourself, and then I'll put the question to you.
Yeah, yeah. First of all, my sincere apologies for late joining. I got stuck with my management review meeting. That's what the reason I delayed with this. Anyway, my name is Prashant. I worked as a in charge of sourcing and materials at Thermax. I have a total experience of total 30 years with a different company, with Kirloskar, with one company as a Switzerland-based company. I was being introduced to a national as well as international level of supply chain. I'm a black belt in Six Sigma, and that is what the reason I'm more process-oriented with materials management things. Wow. Particularly if you take the example of Thermax, it's a project-driven company, and everything is uncertain. Every product is a new product for me. There is no one supplier who is going to supply me repeatable products. So it's a fun in everything of choosing the supplier, getting it approved, and getting it on the way. It is exactly fun out of it. Thank you. This is my small introduction.
So every procurement is an assignment, a fresh assignment, a fresh project for you.
Yeah. It is absolutely new job for me everywhere.
Right. So my question to you, Prashant, is the efficient inventory management can actually save costs and boost performance. What is your take on this? This is a statement that I've made, that efficient inventory management can save you costs and boost your performance. So how would you like to elaborate on this?
I just wanted to elaborate this way. I often consider, our entire business model is like a human body. If I feed that more, it has a problem. If I feed that less, it has a problem. So generally, I relate with the human body, and same style we need to manage our operations, particularly for inventory management. See, a nice inventory management definitely saves money and improves our cash flow. Basically, the goods which is lying in my shelf and not getting through, it has been not sold. So it is blocked money for me, and that create an entire havoc to my entire fraternity of business. And the cash is generated only when the inventory is liquidated, rather inventory is sold. So I normally think the practices which controls inventory is that one should be very much aware to maintain the minimum. One has to be rather frugal to maintain the inventory stocks. It has to be set with a minimum level. Then one good materials manager or good stores manager is he should have a highest forecasting mentality. He need to forecast what is going on my shop floor, what my inventory is carrying out, and what are my suppliers deliverable according to my experience. Then streamlining of entire supply chain that we can achieve, that is reduce stock, improve time to market. If I am having a good stock of inventory, rather I may say optimum stock of inventory, I am very good at launching with my product in the market. It has to reduce my cycle time. I'm talking about total takt time of it. If I have available of material, there is no waiting time of it. So naturally, one waste I'm covering over here, and like on. Then free up to a cash flow. The more I will be lean in inventory, that will free up my cash flow. Naturally, it will lead to an increase of profits. Then one should get up with return on inventories. Some of the time, Nidhilesh also talk about it. If I'm holding the inventory, there has to be a absolute items. So I need to have a mechanism to get rid of that absolute item very fast. And that mechanism with, it has to be amalgamated with manufacturing. Solving a manufacturing issue, suppose I feed a material and it has got rejected on a line. So it also creates a stoppage of my entire process. Backward, it will increase my store stocks. Then effective good relationship with vendor. That is one most soft issue. A good materials manager or supply chain manager should have. He must have excellent relations with suppliers, so that this provides a room for give and take, facilitating a response to small problems in a right manner. And the routine things naturally with production scheduling, flexible manufacturing, then regular auditing. This is one of the things. Normally, supply chain people or stores people or warehousing people, the auditing mechanism they normally think is a fault finding mechanism. But the era is totally different. I strongly believe in my organization, the person who is having habit of counting, there is a scope for improvement. So you need to count everything. The mechanism where you count it, that may be cycle time, that may be inventory turns, that may be throughput time, tag time, my total inventory, WIP, RM, everything. That's with the efficient management of inventory. And if I talk a particular industry like Thermax or a project kind of industry, where I have many stores. In factory, I have one store, and at every site location, every pockets, I have different stores. And then it is very difficult to manage material stores, how they store, their particular place. Then everything has its place, PEP, what we call about, everything has its place and everything on its place, to a open to sky mechanism. That's a pretty difficult kind. In a stores, we can have that once we have in 4 walls. But if it is at a site, it has got a altogether different ballgame to manage. And that is what the season, that is what the reason you said it, efficient inventory management can save the profit. I'm 100% to it. And if you follow this all mechanism, we are very near to a just-in-time mechanism. What we practice about. My friend from Mahindra may be able to elaborate this more. Just-in-time kind of a management. But nowadays, I'm very happy. Yeah. But nowadays in India, many of the companies are basically getting acquainted it now. People have understood the importance of inventory. I have a good examples for inventory management. One of my stores manager has given his home example normally with inventory management. That kind of an inculcation it should have with the people. And naturally with the same, it is just one thing is algorithm management, another one is the people management. If you can provoke your people to change to this ideology, I hope inventory management must have gone with the automated mechanism for it. Thank you.
Absolutely. In fact, I really loved listening to you, and it was actually a 5-minute masterclass in supply chain management and procurement and inventory management. I mean,
Thank you.
You rightly said that. I mean, whatever gets measured is going to get improved. And about the store thing, I could
Absolutely.
resonate it to my store's fellow, because he says that I am the owner of this bank. So he's sitting on a bank. He says I'm not the storekeeper, I am the bank manager. Because whatever is there, I have to make sure that it does not. I mean, he is that particular about managing his store. So
yeah,
it kind of
that
comes into
paradigm shift should be there.
Absolutely. And you spoke very well about the visibility, the efficiency improvement, making a lean structure, because I mean, lean is coming out of your Six Sigma experience, I guess. So a lot of good things to listen to while you were speaking.
Everything has to be lean. Yeah.
And
Normally
now,
with the companies now, there are targets of zero working capital interest. That is the target which is coming on now.
Now I would like
Thank you.
to welcome thank you, Prashant. Very, very nice inputs. And now I'd like to welcome my friend Nikhil. Nikhil, why don't you first introduce yourself and then I'll ask the question that I have in mind for you.
Thank you, Mohitji. Good evening, friends. So I'm Nikhil Puri. So I'm working with Sterlite Technologies. So I'm taking care of the global SCM operations for their cabling solutions. I'm having a more than 16 years experience in various sectors like automobile and now in telecom. I work with major companies like Honda, General Motors, and now I'm also a Six Sigma certified like Prashant sir from CII. I'm a black belt, and that's it, Mohit sir.
Good. So, Nikhil, my question to you is, you are the youngest of the lot, and very happy to be here. I know for sure.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
my question to you is, how do you see the supply chain network changing in the post-COVID scenario? I mean, how do you see things evolving in the post-COVID scenario? And Prashant, if you could just have the video on so that we feel that you are there and we can look at you. Yeah, please, Nikhil.
So, uh, so if you see today's globalized supply chain network has been optimized to identify minimum lead time at the lowest possible rate. That has been our basic go-to agenda. We want electronics made in China so we can buy them cheap. However, rapid political developments that have happened over time, a shift towards consumer buying niche products, as now this pandemic has revealed the weakness that lies at the heart of this model of manufacturing. The hidden cost of single source dependency and poor flexibility in adapting to real shocks have been laid bare.
In fact,
Today we will.
I would put in the next question also so that you can answer both of them together, which is, how do you, I mean, cost of logistics is going to play a major role in the post-COVID scenario. And your thoughts on this? And we before I mean, how is we going to be in the post-COVID scenario? How do you see collaboration shaping up the post-COVID networks? So all
Sure.
three questions are yours now.
Sure.
Take your time.
Sure. So today, as you see, we will tolerate higher prices for certain goods if it means we get them faster and more in line with our aspiration. As a result, the change that had already begun towards more flexibility and multi-level sourcing will accelerate tremendously. Over the next years, we can expect to see a broad overhaul of our supply chain infrastructure. I'm a very big advocate of localization. Time has come wherein we stop talking about globalization and we talk about localization. Logistics hub will re-emerge at the regional levels
Right.
to eliminate single source dependency and to establish a flexible and adaptable supply chain. Subsystem suppliers and component suppliers will source, assemble, and deliver from their own backyard. Basically, an ancillary model will come into shape in more and more industries, not only in automotive. The supply chain has become a main protagonist everywhere. It has moved from playing a behind the scene organization role to being a prime driver of the company business.
On the director's table now, in fact.
Yes, exactly. So as volumes become more variable, supply chain must become more adaptive, especially if as Nidhi Service also saying, as forecast suggests, large suppliers and logistic operators in the supply chain industry must prepare for major catastrophic events such as like tsunami, floods, fires, pandemic. In the whole century, nobody has even heard about it. Strikes, social unrest, and associated disruptions. Business in general are now looking at their whole supply chain ecosystem. There are dependency on partners in the value chain, which are called as sole suppliers. Traditionally, businesses were very comfortable with these sole suppliers as the risk was averted due to strategic partnership with these suppliers. But now with pandemic, these sole suppliers are posing risk as pandemic has not left anyone untouched. Businesses are moving to develop alternate supply chain to mitigate risks. Companies are becoming more and more resilient. They are coming up with the resilience plans in place. The supply chains have to become more and more resilient. Supply chain across the globe should become more agile, more collaborative. They should develop their supply-based strategy. And one of the things that is missing is risk management culture. There are risk in decision making, and that needs to be identified using market intelligence. Businesses have to become more adaptive. Everybody knows we live in a VUCA world. No need to explain that. Supply chain management will be the fulcrum around which the businesses will flourish. It will all boil down to the scenarios where more agile and more adaptive to change supply chain will drive the businesses forward. Businesses have to become more predictive rather than reactive. I still believe, still having so many softwares, we are still in the reactive mode, not in the predictive mode. During the now coming towards the cost of logistics, you rightly pointed out, if you see during the early stages of the pandemic, the B2B logistic market came almost to a standstill. Impacts were profound as supply chains were seriously disrupted and new regulations were rapidly getting introduced. Now, as the journey to recovery begins, some companies are looking to diversify and relocate the supply chain closer to their home. For example, for US, they are moving to Mexico or as an alternative to China. Other economies are moving to Taiwan, Indonesia, and now even into India itself. Meanwhile, the B2C market has exploded as people in lockdown turned to the internet to make their purchases. So we were already exploring this e-market profile. But not only did volumes grow, the profile of goods being shipped changed, with more consumer ordering even the largest purchases online, which were not there before. In response, logistic companies fast-tracked their growth and development strategies, quickly expanding to 7 days a week and making significant investment in e-commerce, people and assets to cope with demand. Cost of logistics will play a vital role in the post-COVID era. The impact of the crisis will vary significantly by commodity, with the shape and duration of the disruption determined by both supply shock as economies undergo lockdown and demand shocks due to the global economic downturn. The degree to which each mode of transport and trade lane is affected depends on their particular commodity mix. The effect of the crisis on the individual trade lane will also vary significantly by country-specific COVID-19 developments and by which commodities are transported on that trade lane. There will be three processes that are crucial in navigating the path through this crisis. What I think is scenario development, commercial strategy, and operational strategy. Uh, the companies that will emerge with a competitive advantage in the next normal will be those that develop granular scenarios on how demand will evolve. Appropriate playbooks will be there to for each use case and mechanisms that recognize live which scenarios will become reality.
So the predictive thing that you spoke about is
Yes,
what you're talking
exactly,
about.
exactly. So again, coming to we before I, as you said, so we need to have, Prashantji also touched, having long-lasting trusted relationship with dedicated suppliers should be the primary goal of any business that strive to succeed in the market. Supplier relationship management is required for having better relationship. Your suppliers are not just vendors, they are your partners. And this partnership should be based not only on your financial transaction, but also on mutual trust and loyalty. Make your suppliers feel like they are part of your business. Inform them about your processes, such as release of new products, promotion, listen to their concerns. Governance is one of the things that is missing from our supply chain. Relationship should be strong and deep. Make sure to maintain strong and regular communication with each of your suppliers. I believe in one firm, if the business is not good, you should speak more. Not all suppliers are made equal. Think global. You should act local. As the world becomes even more connected, we increasingly find ourselves dealing with vendors that are further afield, either across the country or across the globe. Every state, city, country has different rules, laws, and terminology. Collaboration in the supply chain has been evidenced in multiple concepts, such as quick response, VMIs, CPRF, collaborative planning, forecasting and replenishment, rapid replenishment, centralized inventory management, all other concepts. Collaboration involves the inter-business relationship, where the parties work closer and agree to share information, resources, penalties, as well as rewards, risk and responsibility, as well as carry out planning processes, make decision and solve problems together. Collaboration, in my concept in supply chain, can be classified as vertical and as well as horizontal. The vertical one is we are already doing it. The first step is a collaboration with suppliers, internal functions, and with customers. While the second, the horizontal collaboration, which is missing, is within the competitors with non-competing companies. I always, being from coming from automotive background, I always look to my some peers who are working in automotive domain so that I can leverage out their information and bring it to into the telecom domain. Inventory management, as you said, is a necessary evil, is an essential part of every business. With an effective inventory management system in place, the business can significantly reduce its various costs. I don't need to mention out warehousing costs, ICCs, ordering cost of obsolescence. It improves the supply chain of the business. Collaboration with the partners would help in shaping the inventory models. There are various inventory models like VMIs and consignment stocking, which help both the customers and the partner alike. With the advent of COVID, now companies should forge partnership in order to make sure that the inventory is being handled by the partners. This would ensure that the continuity is maintained and also the partner is helping its customer with continuous production. So this is all from my side.
Very well put, Nikhil. In fact, you spoke about localization, being prepared for the worst, which is absolutely COVID has made us realize that we need to be prepared for the worst at all times.
Sure.
Predictive is what you gave examples of, and most importantly, you also spoke about the COVID effect. COVID is going to stay in certain countries. COVID is going to be not so active in the other countries. So that is a very pertinent point, because that's going to shape how economies kind of evolve. And although there's a lot of backlash against China, but they are the first ones to come out of it. So business is business. I mean, countries and companies who want value for their money, who want good material at the right time, right price, may again end up going to China, because China is out of COVID. So it's all about money. I mean, business is all about it. Business does not run on emotions. It runs on
Hardcore facts and profitability.
Absolutely.
So I would like to make a very small point. There is nothing called post-COVID. It is with COVID. You have to live with it. If you have to vaccinate 7 billion people across the globe, you do not have the resources, do not have the production backup, do not have the military power to vaccinate 7 million people. So it is going to
it's going to take about 15 to 20 years as per latest estimates.
Moiji, you just tell me that the people sitting on this planet, since when did the polio vaccination campaign started, and when did India declare that we are now polio free?
Absolutely.
You're talking about a more deadly disease.
Yeah. It takes decades to get rid of these kind of diseases. So very well said, Nikhil. And I would now like to welcome Mr. Ashutosh Srivastav. I would request Mr. Srivastav to introduce himself, and then I'll have a question for him, or a couple of questions. And Nidesh and Prashant, I'm going to come back to you with a few more questions.
Thank you, Mohitji and Sandeep, for giving me a chance to be a part of this conference. Ashutosh, my name is Ashutosh, and I have been with Munjal Shubha for the last 15 years. I am all along in supply chain in automotive sector. Prior to this, I was with Eicher Tractors at Alwar and Bhopal. So coming back to that, this is my simple introduction.
Right.
And over to Mohit ji, whatever you want to ask, please.
So my question, Ashutosh ji, to you is, how do you see the inventory models changing in the post-COVID scenario? And more specifically, what is Munjal Shubha doing to manage inventory in the post-COVID scenario? And a related question on the inventory front again, digitization, how can it help your network and inventory optimization initiatives? All yours, Mr. Srivastav.
Okay. Now, in post-COVID scenario, or rather, just as Mr. Nikhil mentioned, to be with COVID, how do we manage our inventories and what are the challenges for that, and what actions we have taken at our end? As everybody knows, Munjal Shubha is a shocker manufacturing company, and we are directly proportional to our hero. And every day we are making around more than 1 lakh shockers and supplying to them. So bringing material for 1 lakh shockers at different plants, it itself is a challenging job for me. And in post-COVID scenario, you won't believe, after unlock, when we came to the plant in May, totally nobody was there. And I was myself sitting on the chair, how we are going to manage the show, because customer is demanding. Customer is demanding, nobody at supplier's end, and still we have to feed the requirement. So there came the inventory. Whatever we had, fortunately, at the time, lockdown, whatever stocks, because it was 31st March, it was a closing time, closing financial year, we were diluting our stocks. But since it happened 10 days before, so that stocks were there. So with that stocks, we maintained our supplies to the customer. But keeping that in view, we learned that no doubt in post-COVID scenario, we have to look into inventories, because what happens at our suppliers end, around 70% manpower is available as of now. 30% has not turned back. So that 30% deficit has to be filled. How to fill that? Either we have to go for automation or semi-automation or whatever we can do that. Moving in that direction, what we decided in our company, if first we will liquidate our stocks, because they were lying from with us since February and March. So we have to liquidate those stocks. We applied FIFO. In person, I was on the shop floor and in stores myself, how to do liquidation so that right material goes to the shop floor and they get it. Because after so much of time, there may be some rust problem and this type of things come into picture. So that also we have to take care. These are the disadvantages of inventory, but this time it played a boon for us. So we fed on the line with the inventories what we had. We applied FIFO there. And then whatever our business associates which we had, they are all dedicated to us. Since raw material was also not moving, there are sources at Chennai, at Bombay, everywhere COVID is there, no movement of transportation. Somehow we got leverage from government, then trains moved, then trucks moved, and gradually material started coming into Gurgaon. So we had a clear-cut picture in our mind, in front of us with data. Yes, our customer is going to make this type of these models, and this is their requirement for next 3 days. So whatever raw material available with us, we used to use it very miserly. If I had to get 10 pieces, I used to get only 10 pieces. And I told my shop floor people, no rejections, please. Because I'm not in a position to feed you. I am not liberally can feed you. You can reject 10 pieces for, and I give you 10 pieces more. So everybody.
So COVID brought in an opportunity to improve the operations.
Operations, exactly. And they understood what is the importance of material, what is the importance of a child part. And otherwise, some child part is lying here. I used to feel pain. Then I told them, let us keep it in the bin so that it will convert into a shocker. So that we did. And whatever FG finished goods stock of child parts we had, we used them and we kept, because space was a constant at our end. So we kept finished parts stock at our suppliers end. We asked them to maintain inventory at their end. So they made a certain level, whatever decided by us. And they used to,
in fact, VMI is going to become a big thing, as some of my co-panelists, including Nikhil, said. So
yes, VMI. And then we have maintained our inventories for the long lead parts which we are getting from outside Haryana, like Bombay, Pune. Then we had a warehouse system for those suppliers. We managed warehouses, and there also we used to take everyday stock of different parts. How much is the inventory, how much is in transit, and how we are going to feed it.
So a lot of end-to-end visibility also became very important.
And in that, your systems played a very crucial role. Technology, what we had, it played a very crucial role. And I will tell Mohitji, this digitalization, earlier we were not giving so much importance to it. Now we understand what is the importance of digitalization and how much transparency it has brought in the system. I tell you a very simple example what we had. We have developed a supplier portal in our system. We have a dedicated customized portal for us, which has been linked to SAP. So now what happens, earlier we used to give weekly schedules, monthly schedules, and then material used to come. Now we have converted through this SAP, we get the shortage reports based on the inventory available. And those shortage reports come to us, and we make daily DIs, daily dispatch instructions to our suppliers. Please supply this quantity, this quantity, this quantity.
In fact, that is how the progression happens. This is what the OEMs used to do 15 to 20 years ago, and now the bigger tier ones like you and my previous company and my current company, Shriram Pistons, we are trying to deploy similar stuff. So
exactly.
So जैसे Audi के features धीरे-धीरे Honda City में आ जाते हैं, it's the same thing which is happening.
Same thing it's happening. So we are doing it now. From then we integrated SAP. Now when supplier opens his portal, we have given him login password. So he will come to know that I have to supply 10 pieces XYZ. Then he will, when he will make the invoice, they will get the correct prices because it is linked with SAP. So they
So a
will get
lot of foolproofing in the process has happened.
foolproofing, and then barcode is also generated. So that barcode, and then you scan when it comes to our plant, you scan and complete SAP. Everybody can see what the
In fact,
stock is.
I deployed a similar stuff in my previous company, Rockman Industries. We also are
Okay.
Rockman is a Hero Group company like Munjal Showa. And
Exactly.
my question to you, Mr. Srivastav, is if your inventory pre-COVID was X, what is it now? And this question is to all four of my co-panelists. So if Munjal Showa was holding X inventory pre-COVID, what is it now?
Now it is X plus 1.
In percentage terms?
In percentage terms, you can say it has gone up by at least 7 to 8%.
Okay. Nidesh, how about you?
In our case, if we look at finished vehicle inventory, it is all-time low for the two reasons. One is because when we have moved, see this COVID happened with a lot of disruptions moving from BS4 to BS6. So we have virtually evacuated entire inventory which we're having in our pipeline, in our plants, in dealership. All inventory have been wiped out. And as we have to move to the BS6. So our finished vehicle inventory is all-time low. Even the raw material inventory, because we are not getting the supplies, as Munjal Sova, Mr. Ashutosh has explained, similarly is the pain experienced by most of our suppliers. So they are not able to feed the vehicles. So our inventories and entire pipeline, be it raw material, is also very low. Right now, we are actually on the hand-to-mouth kind of situations. So our right now our sales is governed by the how many parts we are able to get. So we are
In
running
fact,
short of
yeah,
yeah.
that's another perspective because having worked in Hero Group, just like Mr. Srivastav, they have a lot of collaboration in the network. That's why they are able to sustain better. I think that Mr. Srivastav will agree that his suppliers go out of their way to support them because they have long-standing relationships with the
No, I think Mohit, that day if you look at it at Mahindra also, we believe in forging a very long relationships. Our all the vendor partners.
but the suction that has happened has kind of wiped out your
Yeah.
inventories.
See, the problem is, as Nikhil rightly pointed out, see, this is the time nobody is expected. Where our single supplier policy, our lean supply management, these all things are being questioned. Are these really worth it? So when we look at it, so like for example, if you look at finished vehicle inventory, my dealers happily keeps a inventory of let's say 21 days, though it costs a lot, but just to make a service level meet. But now in the plant, when we are questioning each and every part, we all are from the supply chain. If we look at our inventory, what is the planned inventory and unplanned inventory? We know we are managing in a given number of days, but actually we all the times we are running after some part or other. That is also a factor of the life. And this pandemic has caused this, has unearthed all these things, and we have caught in the wrong side.
Yeah, so a lot of learnings. Prashantji, your take on inventory. What
Uh,
was it pre-COVID and what is it
yeah,
now
yeah.
in percentage terms?
If I say in pre-COVID, it was say around 10% of my turnover, and now it is, I could say, half of it.
Wow.
The basic reason for it, it is all depend. These are the traditional ways. I need to consume my inventory. I need to adopt a FIFO mechanism. I need to keep inventory at my suppliers. But in this pandemic, I consider supply chain as a whole. It is not only procurement. It is not only purchase. It is started from design till dispatch. It is my supply chain.
Right.
So I could say very proudly, we utilize this time, the time of work from home. We jot down 200 plus projects. How to get inventory down.
So your ITR has
We
shot
have
up.
done many DTCs into it, designed to change ratios into it. Sorry.
Yeah, so your ITR has shot up.
We run 200 projects. Yeah. Then that things has moved up with down the inventories. Then there are many cases where the inventory is there from, let us say, 2 years, 3 years. But in normal scenario, supply chain people doesn't get time to even look at it. So now we use that time wherever the cases we are liquidating into business. That gives us a profit naturally because the book value is as compared to zero literally. That give an addition profit to me. The cases which is not been liquidated in business, we liquidated through auctions. In other terms, as far as zero, I'm getting something out of it.
Yeah.
And that is the scenario, we worked and we clean up the whole.
That is happening
I could
everywhere,
say
in fact.
we clean our house that way.
Yeah. So Mrs. Aga
And
is
the
happy
most
with
thing
the
is that
performance.
we now the expectation levels are very high. I could not say happy. The expectation levels are very high.
Having worked very closely
But
with
these are
the
the something
owners,
I didn't.
they keep on pushing
Okay,
you
okay,
to
okay, okay.
perform better and better.
But
So they are
yeah,
definitely
it is. And
satisfied with
in
the
Thermax,
performance.
it is.
Yeah. Please go on.
Yeah, in Thermax, basically, it's I could say it's a human organization. Basic, human has got very importance. It is boosted to give up is the best performance out of it. 200 kaizens in a pandemic situation, it's a credible thing.
Yeah.
And that is the way, inventory levels has been down. I could not say it is at optimal level, but yes, we could able to successfully done it with a little this thing.
In fact, your passion and
Thank you.
everyone else's passion is rubbing on all of us. And Nikhil, how is it at Sterlite? I mean, what was it pre-COVID and what is it now?
So there are two factors. So first of all, we focused more on VMI model and consignment stocking itself with some of our partners. This helped us in reducing our inventory. So if we look at the pre-COVID levels, so inventory has reduced by 10%. But more importantly, our business has also improved. So the inventory turns have increased drastically. So that has also worked in our favor itself.
Wow.
But we focused more on getting VMI's models and also consignment stocking. So we have developed consignment stocking exclusively for our business itself. So it helps business our partners also alike.
Right. Any more input from any one of you, or do I get into the? I mean, Sandeep, how much time do we have, Namrata? And I guess we don't have Navneet. I had a few questions for him also, so I'll maybe put those questions to the other
No, you
panelists.
have 17 minutes more.
Acha, we have 17 minutes. That's fine. In fact, supply chain guys and procurement guys love talking, so I'll put on more questions to these guys now. My next question would go to, I guess I would take this question to Prashantji again. I mean, what are the barriers being faced in your supply chain, and how are you countering those barriers? Prashantji, could you get that question? Okay, in that case, I'll put this question to Mr. Srivastav. Apart from the manpower constraints that you mentioned, Mr. Srivastav, what are the other barriers being faced in your supply chain? And how are you countering them? You mentioned about the manpower constraints, you mentioned about raw material availability. Anything else besides this that is being?
Yes, apart from manpower, raw material, logistics was one of the major thing which we faced.
Absolutely, yeah.
I tell you why this is one of the reasons that our inventory has gone up, because all our CKD consignments, they were stuck at ports. They were not moving from March. And then suddenly in June, I got so many consignments that I had no space to keep in my plant.
I mean, why I'm laughing is because I also faced a similar issue. I mean, we were totally dry from March till May and June.
Yes.
And suddenly I was flooded with consignments, which I'm still sitting with.
Yes, which I was still sitting with and thinking how to liquidate that.
Right.
So that is logistics one came. And then secondly, one I also thought which came is the first time right.
Yeah.
The child parts which we buy from our business associates,
Mhm.
if they come and we use directly like dual category doll,
Right.
then it is good. But there are some items which are not, because of this lack of manpower, is unskilled manpower, lack of skill. We got something like, then we have to go for segregation and other type of things to run the show. So first time right components are also very important thing which play a role in reducing and optimizing inventory. So that I also tweak these two things which I came across, like the logistics, and secondly the component quality of the components, because of this shortage of manpower, the quality, but we have to manage the show that we did it. So these are the two factors which came.
Yeah, logistics was a major challenge.
Yes.
I totally agree with what you just said. And my next question would be to Nidesh as to what is your assessment of the current level of inventory optimization in the Indian scenario? I mean, how do you see Indian companies doing? Are they doing well? Are they not doing well? Where are we with respect to the global standards? You in Mahindra would be doing a lot of benchmarking. That is why my question specifically to you.
So I feel our inventory levels, desired inventory level, and where we are currently is that there is a lot of gap, and this gap also has to do a lot because of it, we are a developing economy. So I think benchmarking also we need to look into where do we benchmark, because the scenario there is a uncertainties in our country is so high, uncertainty and unreliability. So one of the reason when we keep inventories in any point different nodes is to counter these challenges. Now, if you look at it, compare with anyone, so when we talk about the inventory is one of the major part of the logistic cost, and that's why we have our logistic cost is always, we heard that we are at a sitting at 12 to 13%. With the global companies in US or China, they are working at much lower, 4 to 5%. Second thing, so this inventory is very high, and to my view, be it in the when we look at our be it the finished good inventory, be it the component inventory. Similarly, when I look at my part suppliers, they are also working with a higher level of inventories because of the this reliability issues. Some of the issues are inherent because when we look at like for example service levels, so the kind of a product we are making, the product mix which we are having, and the demand, when we look into our market is still we are a much smaller market size where the number of players are very high, and these are the reasons are force us to keep a higher level of inventory.
So consolidation is going to happen sometime in the future.
Consolidation is going to happen, and I think for the some time maybe we have to manage with this kind of inventories. We have to look into how do we turn this inventory faster. So one thing which is going to help us in this bringing end-to-end visibility. Today when we are look at ideally when I sell a car in the dealership, that time I should be able to, this entire system has to flow back, this information has to flow back to the mere tier 2 supplier, tier 3 suppliers. However, this is not flowing, and that as a result, the different kind of inventories are piling up.
Yeah, in fact, end-to-end Kanban is what you're talking of. The moment a car gets sold, the trigger should go to the last raw material supplier as to what he needs to produce. So that kind of collaboration and visibility across the network is what we need to be working towards. And the next question, I mean, since the expectation is huge, I would take the next question to Mr. Ashutosh. And the question is, can government play a role in network and inventory optimization? I mean, if yes, then what are the top 2 or 3 actions that you expect the government to take on this?
It is a very interesting question which you have put forth now. Government definitely can play a very important role in this inventory optimization. Why? Because I strongly feel the infrastructure which is required is created by the government. To feed any child part or to bring anything inside from outside, we need roads, and rather good roads, not the bumpy roads, but which has a smooth where people can, our small vehicles can move fast. So one thing which you asked me, yes, government can play, and the 2-3 points which I feel very strongly, government should provide the infrastructure so that we have a better connectivity, And when we have a better connectivity with our tier 1 or tier 2 suppliers, then we can think of JIT system. They can supply and it reaches us within half an hour or 1 hour or whatever it may be time as per the Nagare, whatever we have decided.
So basically what Nidesh just mentioned, that the visibility gets built through the IT interface and then government builds the hardcore infra to kind of make it happen.
Exactly. And Moiti, I also feel if their government can provide us vendor parks.
Yeah.
Are you getting a point? Like
Yeah,
OEM is also
absolutely.
there. Yeah. Then tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 suppliers are all related and closed in
Right.
that. So that gives us more visibility, more cohesiveness, and we can, in a day, we can get it's very smooth supply chain.
Right.
And if you see in tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, these are all, it is a link. If tier 3 is not performing well because of XYZ reason, then tier 2 will not do good and tier 1 will suffer.
Right.
So we have to see how we can closely with this. If we have vendor parks, we can do this. And this is for the, you can say, suppliers which are closely related. But
right.
those suppliers who cannot come in vendor park and situated outside our state, then we should have warehouses facilities, big warehouses, where like home logistics can bring a material can come from train, like goods corridor, which we are starting now. Government is starting. That will play a major role. Transportation becomes easy. Big quantities come in one go to warehouse. From warehouse, we get in small quantities or as per our requirement to the our plants. And third thing which I feel, since profitability is a issue through inventory locking, because when we are getting in material, our inventory turnovers, because abhi recently government, our prime minister also shared Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Which Nikhil also very
It will reduce
prominently
my
propagated.
as
Yeah,
of
please,
now.
please.
Yeah, as of now, I keep inventory of CKD parts to 60 to 70 days, and if become local, so that is a major focus which we are now having on our
Yeah,
part.
so you'll have 1/10 the inventory for those components.
Exactly. And then this, I feel there is one more thing with, because in this part of profitability, tier 3 is also very, tier 2 and tier 3. They are the business associate. They don't have much of the working capital. But our government rules and regulations are such that they have to comply with. And if they have to comply with, then it has some cost. Like if a pollution department comes, they say your plant should be zero discharge. Now, if tier 3 has to put this zero discharge plant, then it has an investment cost. And they don't have that much of money because the profitability is not there. So if government can think on those lines, if for survival of tier 3 or this, if they want zero discharge or something like that, if they can give some tax benefit on that, on this zero discharge plant or something like that, so that tier 3 profitability goes up, their inventory levels also are in line. So I feel infrastructure, logistics, warehouse, vendor parks, and this some thinking on the lines of this tier 3 suppliers, where they can have their better profitability. So if these things government can look into it, I think we can have something better optimization of inventory at our end and profitability as well.
So
I think
Mohitji, I would like
yeah.
to add something into it.
Yeah, please, please, please.
What Ashutosh sir was saying is very aptly right. So government is doing many things because there are 63 million MSMEs in India. Okay, and MSMEs are contributing around close to 29% to our GDP. But it is very low when we compare to developed countries like China, US, and UK. So many things have to be developed. So there are many items that are being imported into the country for different types of businesses. As Ashutosh sir were also, they are carrying 60 to 70 days of inventory for imported items.
Absolutely.
But ultimately, there are people and there are some of the government schemes also for which the companies, for the small enterprises, are not aware of. I would say it becomes the role of the OEMs, the major companies, to upscale them to their tier 2 and tier 3 enterprises, to tell them that there are there are things, there are finance options, so that they can discount their payments within on the second day or third day. They don't even have to pay. They have to pay a very marginal interest. So there are things and schemes. I think there is a knowledge gap which should be taken care by and the role should be taken over by the large companies and large corporation of bringing these MSMEs on board.
Very valid point, Nikhil, because the way OEMs handle and nurture the suppliers, it is now high time that the tier ones and the tier twos nurture the tier twos and the tier threes that supply to them. So, I mean, very, very valid point, in fact. And on a lighter note, in fact, people like Sandeep Anand and Alden Global are also doing a good job by bringing all of us together, as because there's a lot of information exchange happening between all our industries. I mean, we are coming from various spectrums of the overall industrial, I mean, landscape, and we are getting a lot of good inputs from across the industries. And my last question
Yeah, I would just like to,
yeah, please.
yeah. See here, as rightly mentioned by all the panelists, see one of the issue is the kind of a transportation network or infrastructure we have. If we look at it in Europe and all that, the daily travel by a transport, even the 12 year ago when I visited, they are doing close to 700 kilometers. In India, even the post GST with so much improvement, we are not able to cross more than 350 to 400 kilometers. But there is a good, I will say, good progress being made. Like the recently when they started a special secretary logistics who is working into integrated logistics, and I think that is a good development. This government
Yeah,
focus
I've
is
been
there.
interacting with Mr. Sivasalam on various
Yeah.
occasions, and now the secretary has,
Yeah,
I mean,
Mr.
he has
Bansal is
retired,
there
and
now.
now Mr. Pankaj Agarwal is there. So they are doing a lot of good work on
Yeah.
network optimization. So that's, I mean, the government is focused in the right direction. It's only a matter of time before things happen. And my last question in this session will go to Mr. Prashant. And the question to you is, variability in demand is here to stay. How are you going to handle variability in demand going forward? This is going to be the new normal.
I could say, yeah, it is going to be new normal. Normally, I think, as I said, supply chain as a whole, every function has to contribute into supply chain, right from design, the projects and purchase, procurement, stores, till dispatch, it is going to be over there. And customer is going to be more demanding now. We are experiencing that. That may be in terms of delivery, that may be in terms of cost. They are more cautious nowadays. Nowadays, many of our customers are demanding price reduction, even though in this COVID scenario. So that is the scenario we need to deal with. And the principle that one principle one must learn in an entire process, that frugality is not a bad word. We need to be very frugal if it is in part of material or if it is in a part of any process of it. If I required some time of say X, now I need to look for the avenues where it will be half X. And that is what is the reason every customer is demanding that. Like I'm talking about both the customers. One is external, one is internal as well. Every demand is it is that. And I strongly believe our next era will be that. See, normally we take in this way. Supply chain management is basically forward flow of materials and reverse flow of information.
Very well said. Yeah.
The accurate information what we feed to a backwards, maybe to my supplier, maybe to his supplier, a feedback in terms of his material quality, feedback in terms of his normal quality, a behavior quality, I would say, his responsiveness for improvement, his ready culture for change, his acceptance. These are the things which will come in focus now. And I suppose these are the some areas. If I'm going to accept, yes, this is a mistake, then there is a chance for improvement. If I say there is no mistake, then there is let us forget about the development at all. So normally in Thermax or rather in any organization, these programs will be more practice. That may be a green channel initiative, means self-certification. Every supplier, every vendor, rather I often say in my these things that my shop floor is in my control. Okay, but supply chain personnel shop floor is a distant shop floor. You need to control at a distance, maybe on
Yes.
another 1,000 kilometers, maybe overseas as well.
Absolutely.
And you are responsible for that. If one operator of your supplier doesn't come to a job today, it is going to hamper your performance. Then you need to have always that contingency plan ready with you. A plan B ready, plan B ready, plan B ready. And that is what the reason the agility comes in focus. I often say to my team, fortunately, I have a very agile team with me. They comes with a plan B. If fails, then what? If fails, then what? And that is, I suppose,
FMEA.
rather I would say, being even
That is FMEA.
conscious in
I mean,
everything.
you are a Six Sigma, so
No,
you do FMEA and everything, I guess.
FMEA, some kind of a process failure mode effective analysis is okay, but being over conscious. If this not work, then next what? What next? What next? And that is going to act as a fantastic role in between in order to support to our customer. That is my view about it.
That is a I mean, very fine concluding remarks on this very intriguing session that I have had the pleasure of managing with you all guys. In fact, it's been a pleasure talking to Mr. Ashutosh Srivastav, Nidesh ji, Prashant ji, Nikhil, and it's been a absolutely intriguing session wherein we have understood the importance of information flow across the supply chain. We've understood the importance of frugality with respect to inventory management, the importance of government pitching in, as Ashutosh ji just said, about the various things that the government is expected and supposed to do. And then Nidesh spoke about agility and optimization of resources, keeping alternate options ready. Then Prashant ji from the beginning has been very, very vocal about visibility end to end, improving the efficiency in the supply chain, improving the sub suppliers. Nikhil spoke about localization being a very, very important factor going forward, being prepared for the worst. As Prashant ji just said, we should be prepared for the worst, as Nikhil also said, so that we are able to deliver at our best. And we need to be more predictive in the future going forward. The COVID effect is going to be here to stay, as Nikhil mentioned some time back, and we need to plan our strategies with respect to how COVID is panning across the globe and how we can make the best use of the countries which are least affected by COVID, so to say. Long term relationships, as Ashutosh ji and a few of my co panelists said. And in spite of all the constraints, that the economy is reviving and we are all having smiles on our faces at 6:30 in the evening on a busy Tuesday evening. I mean, that says it all. So all of us, I guess, are up for the challenge, and let's hope and pray that COVID goes away soon and we are able
Okay.
to rise and shine as various industries and as a country as a whole. So thank
Surely.
you all for the wonderful inputs, all of you. And now I'd
Yeah,
like to
yeah.
hand over to Sandeep Anand. Sandeep, over to you. Thank you for having all of us here, and it's been a pleasure talking to my co-panelists and being on yet another Alden Global panel.
So
Thank you.
I would like to thank Mohit sir, you also for moderating the session very
Yes.
efficiently.
Yeah.
Uh, and it was a pleasure. So you were very up to the mark and kept the session very lively, engaging with all the panelists also. So you did the job as you have been doing all across. Thanks for that also.
Thank you, Nikhil. Thank
Yes.
you for the kind words.
Thank you. Thank
I
you. Mohit.
echo the word, and Mohit really appreciate, enjoyed the session, and you have coordinated it very well.
I like talking to people like you. That's why I can coordinate it well, I guess.
Yeah.
We will
Thank you, Mohit, and the top leaders for great session. I think hundreds of attendees who are watching it live from the website will definitely make their roadmap on their action plans with your good inputs. Thanks a lot, leaders.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you
Thank
so
you.
Thank you
much.
so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sandeep. Thank you, Namrata.
Thank you all the co-panelists for making this as a rich discussion. Due to less time, we will ask leaders to reply on live chat on the questions.
Surely.
Okay. So now, a most awaited moment of the evening has come to an end, a precious moment to celebrate success and innovation. Inflection Awards are the most prestigious awards in supply chain, logistics, procurement, and technology, endorsed by Councils of Supply Chain Professionals, Singapore Institute of Materials Management, and co organized by NASSCOM. So, the first award for Best E-commerce Technology Innovation goes to Hindustan Zinc. Here I call Mr. Chetan Trivedi to speak some words.
Hello, am I audible? Yeah, hi there. Hello. Yeah, my name is Chetan Trivedi, and thank you very much, Under Grover, SIMM, and NASCOM for giving this prestigious recognition. Uh, uh, I think I am a Chief Information Officer from Hindustan Zinc Vedanta Group. Um, uh,
We request other awardees to mute their videos.
yeah. So yeah. So I think this particular e-commerce innovation which we talk about, I think in the industry, a lot of e-commerce platforms are available across all the industries, but it is so unique and innovative for metal and mining industry per se, uh, because this is, I think, the globally the first non-ferrous e-commerce platform. And if you know about metal and mining, it's a bit of a conservative industry in a way when it comes to the e-commerce. So as a Vedanta and as a Hindustan Zinc, we have taken this initiative to really uh, uh, build this particular e-commerce platform. It's really a game changer in the non-ferrous metal and mining industry. And we believe that it has a potential to really change the way metal is being bought and sold in the industry. Is not considered metal industry typically not considered to be a digital savvy as far as end customer comes into the when we consider the end customers, but we took this initiative to really spearhead this digital transformation for this particular industry. And this is something which we feel that it will go a long way, and all the metals and mining organizations will follow the suit. It's based on the London Metal Exchange price, but gives the price to the customers in the true Indian rupees basis. It's very transparent and robust platform which we have built, and yeah, even like this initiative, we call it as our contribution towards the Atmanirbhar Bharat, where the small customers, micro customers can really directly come to the platform and really buy the metal from the directly from the OEM, which otherwise they normally have to take it from the traders or import. So thank you very much for recognizing this initiative.
Chetan, a big congratulations. This award is juried by the top CIOs of the country in the technology category, and very few awardees will be there. So a great show by Hindustan Zinc, a great team effort and great leadership. Congratulations again.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chetan. Now, the next category of the award for Warehousing Excellent Award goes to Arch Enterprises. Here I call Ms. Anamika Jain. She is the director, and I welcome her to spoke some words.
I'm pleased to accept this award on behalf of my team. I head operations at Arj Enterprises. And I believe that we truly deserve this award because, as a third party, fully integrated warehouse service provider, we offer a lot of flexibility to our clients. Our clients are able to use our warehouses across India at the same pricing anytime they like without impacting their fully variable costs and service fee which they have with us. So that is our unique USP. And apart from that, at the same time, we are able to handle complex operations for them. The number of SKUs which we are handling, my team is handling, is more than 80,000 at the moment. So, given these, I think our team truly deserves this award. And I hope that we are able to claim it in the future also and continue to provide good services to our clients, customers, and continue to help our teams grow. So,
Yeah,
thank you for
yeah.
the award.
Congratulations, Anamika. There are two things. One, it has been juried by top supply chain and logistic leaders of the country, and you will not find many awardees. And because it's very, very stringent. Two, and women leader in supply chain and logistics. I think it's a great feat for great feat for you to be at the helm of and achieving this award. Congratulations, and to your
Thank
team
you for
also.
those kind
Great
words,
show,
Sandeep.
Anamika.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anamika. Now I call for the next award for the startup of the year goes to Moglix. Here I call Mr. Rahul Garg to speak some few words on this.
Thank you, Alden Global. Thank you, NASCAM. Thank you, SIMM, for recognizing the efforts of Moglix. Moglix is continuously working with many of you. In fact, it was great to see some of our customers and partners already on the panel as well as receiving the awards. So we are working to bring the kind of experience that you have today in B2C e-commerce of Flipkart, Amazon back to the manufacturing sector. And we are delighted to continue to work with more than today 500 plus large organizations in this digitization efforts. So thanks a lot again for recognizing our efforts, and we continue our endeavor towards making India manufacturing succeed and rise towards procurement and supply chain digitization. Thank you.
A great show, Rahul, by Moglix and team. And we know that you have been pioneer in the industry in this field, and you were the first guys to stand up and get fundings, and you're doing a remarkable job in the industry, which is that's why you are you have been juried for this award. I think amazing feat and great show by Moglix and its team. And Rahul, congratulations to be a founder of such a good company. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul. Thank you to top leaders and delegates for making this rich discussion. Hope you all will be able to carry the thoughts of the day to build robust roadmap for the COVID-19 and beyond. See you in our next chemical supply chain web conference and awards. Thanks to the leaders and attendees for your valuable time during the day. Thank you all. Have a great evening.